детский смех. С собой возьму и уплыву чуть-чуть меня из лужи добрых нежных глаз. Моя броня пробита много-много раз через 30 снег. Упала в мокрую траву я детский смех. С собой возьму и уплыву я детский смех. С собой возьму и уплыву.
Wel, als maandag zijn we ziek, dinsdag zijn we moe, woensdag is het weg, donderdag zijn we zot, en vrijdag is de laatste en dan drinken we ons allemaal zat. Hier zit een werkmeis, een werkmeis, een werkmeis. Als het hier, maar de luchting maakt toch vele goed. Patatten en tomaten op een roer. Hier zit een werkmeis, een werkmeis, een werkmeis. Als het hier. En op zaterdag slopen we en s'avonds naar de match. En zondag zitten we vrienden en dan ook nog soep. En dan tussen deuren dan nog even uit de broek. Hier zit een werkmeis, een werkmeis, een werkmeis. Als het hier. Maar de luchting maakt toch vele goed. Patatten en tomaten op een roer. Hier zit een werkmeis, een werkmeis, een werkmeis. Als het hier. En zo is het leven goed, want God heeft zo gemokt. Maar ik kan toch al gepijst en ik kan toch al gevloekt. Ik had toch helemaal meer tijd om te werken op een roer. Hier zit een werkmeis, een werkmeis, een werkmeis. Als het hier.
Hello, chat. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so long. It's been like nearly 20 minutes. I'm so sorry. Hi. Hello, I'm here. Yeah, I did not mean to fucking start stream and then not be here for a while. I had to deal with my dog. I'm sorry. I would not have started stream if it took me so long to be here. Hello. Hi. How we doing? It's me, by the way. I'm the mailman guy. You can just call me Mail. Okay. Let's turn that down a little bit. Coolio. I'm the mailman, by the way. You can call me Mail. Again, hi. Sorry. I'm sorry for the wait. Lom says cringe TBH. I'm assuming he's talking about the ads. Listen, Lom, I'm assuming you don't use ad blocker. Jane Doe's still there. Yeah, well, I have a button where I can just click to make Jane go away or not. But clicking Jane makes the song skip. If you hide or if you hide Jane, it makes the song skip to the next song. So I don't know what the fuck the next song is, and I don't care. No, not shuffle. So yeah, if you click her to go away, it skips to the next song. My least favorite song, by the way. Anyway, hi, hello, I'm here. Sorry, again. I would not have fucking started stream. If I knew I was gonna be a little bit. You know what? I'm already annoyed by the ads. I'm gonna change the ads. Me when I say I'm gonna change when I have changed the ads, but I'm like, no. I'll do it every 20 minutes. 1 minute every 20 minutes. That seems better. Before we had it 1.5 every 30 minutes, I'm gonna make it 20 minutes. I feel like 10 minutes is a bit too much. Hello, James. Welcome on in. Also, ruins experience for everyone and himself, regrets it 20 minutes later. I didn't mean... Okay, listen. Listen. This is like a power of balance mechanic in Hoi 4, okay? If you know, you know, okay? It's like a tug of war, right? Right now, Twitch has been like really poopy lately with, counting viewers, apparently. It's been like an actual issue, I guess. I don't know. You are being leashed to Papa Amazon Mail. Yeah, but I also like some money. I like a little bit of money, okay? Lum says Joseph partners with Nazis and bullies, kicks carts. Cars helps dogs and kills Nazis. Now, who is the hero and villain again? Damn, Lum. Sheesh. That's some fucking political rhetoric right there. So something weird happened with the Crash Bandicoot yesterday. Didn't you post an article about it on the Discord? You said random airline commercial. Crash Bandicoot was in a random airline commercial. The 50-minute broadcast? Wait, what is this? No, this is IGN. I clicked on your IGN link thinking that was also Crash, but it wasn't, I guess. IDK. Of course the guy named William would be on the side of Amazon. What? My name's not William, it's Liam. And maybe in the past... I nearly said nearly in the present, or future. Yes, maybe in the future, William would be... Liam means William. But, as of right now, my name was Liam, and it was always Liam. Like, my legal name, motherfucker, Liam is short for William. Okay. I understand what you're trying to say, Lom, but on my birth certificate, I am not William blah blah blah. Nearly said my last name there. I am not, like, I am born Liam, okay? Like, I understand what you're trying to say, that, like, originally the name, you know, was an abbreviation of Will I Am, L I am. And people call Jacks into Johns? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, so did I manage to 15? Okay, I think I did manage to get 20 minutes. 25, 30... 25, 35? No. 20? Okay, no, it is 20 minutes now. Okay, good, good, good. Coolio. Okay, I just had to check the ad manager to make sure it actually is doing it. So I'm gonna continue with William. Listen, my name's the Mailman. It's not the fucking... Lil... Lil... the Mailoo, man. The will of the mailman, true. There's some One Piece shit, man. The vid ad thing has been posted, as you can see in Crash. It has new design. Okay, you know what? We're gonna watch videos for a bit. Why? Because I said so. Because I'm the mailman, and I can do whatever I want sometimes. Also, there's probably a bunch of videos we haven't watched. I always like to try and keep up on the... Let me fucking make sure ads play now, so I can get the videos up and running, I guess. Okay. What did we watch last? We tried fried ravioli. We did not watch Turkinator. Yeah, we've not watched Turkinator. Okay. At least I highly doubt it in any case.
Glad to see you working up a sweat.
Be quiet, Trevor. Shushy, Trevor. Shushy. Goddamn Trevor up in here. I can send some videos if you want. Okay, well, only some videos. I mainly was just trying to catch up, like, watch some videos now to make sure the queue is cleaned up and ready to go. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay, why is the window capture not working? There it is. Okay, coolio.
Glad to see you working up a sweat.
Lil
Where we
Liam.
eat. Okay, Chubby.
Well, Lil Mail was like a... Sorry, we had Mini Mail. Mini Mail was a character that existed.
Checker, what are you mad? 'Cause I'm healthy now? You sure you're not just cosplaying Richard Simmons? No, I got a whole new diet. Did you know that pepperoni is bad for you?
Yes.
But if it's made with turkey, it's not. Same
no.
with bacon. Wouldn't you know it? So I used turkey
It's
bacon,
not
turkey
that it's
sausage,
good for
and
you,
turkey
it's just that it's
pepperoni
less
to
bad
make a
for you.
pizza. It's a protein-packed disc of deliciousness. I call it the Turkinator.
I mean, that's
And
pretty
it's healthy
base.
as shit. Yeah. All that dough and cheese sure is healthy. Well, I needed something to hold my tomato sauce. That's my vegetable. Okay, Planet Fitness. I'm going to bed. Don't go setting off any lunk alarms. Fitness
Lunk.
never sleeps.
What is a lunk alarm? What is a lunk?
Glad to
That is a word I'm unfamiliar with. Okay, and then James posted the Ina shorts, but I watched this like 2.5 years ago. And I don't remember what this is about. I just know that it's like weird and abstract. Also, fuck this YouTube player, man. Goofy ass YouTube player, man. What the hell? Mini Mail got canned. Yep, Mini Mail no longer can. Well, Mini Mail can exist. I just am never bringing him out. He doesn't need to be around. He's a war criminal. He's a terrorist. Mini Mail like has committed crimes and atrocities. Okay, like I think he got sentenced to death. Like I think he was publicly executed, like Saddam Hussein. Like he was literally hung. Did you bring him out then? No, he's dead. He's fucking dead, James. You want to bring out a fucking corpse, bro? I get banned on fucking Twitch.tv. It's an alarm that is only found in Planet Fitness if you lift too much. Okay, thank you, Lom. There is no proof of Mini Mail's crime, so true. Yeah, see...
Auction day.
So, like, this is one of those things... This is way more abstract and, like, different and weird. But I always think of this and another thing that I really fucking hated. I did not give two fucking rats' asses about this fucking show called Murder Drones. Okay, see, when I first started, like, streaming on Twitch, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll do, like, watching some YouTube videos. I got a lot of, like, a lot of people come in that they make you, like, watch an entire fucking, like, series. That's why I'm very, like, grumpy. Not grumpy. But I'm very much like, okay, listen, chat, we do what I want. Okay? Unless I get paid money, we do what I want, okay? I'm pretty reasonable, okay? It's like, if one of you posts, like, an hour-long video of, I don't know, fucking the history of fucking race cars, I'll be like, fuck off, I don't care about race cars, and this is an hour-long video. Like, it doesn't keep my attention span, it doesn't keep all of chat's attention span, you know what I mean? Mini Mail got hanged like Mussolini? Oh, well, Mussolini got shot first, but yes, I could resurrect him. God Murder Drones is a fucking plague on Reddit, or a 10-hour video of Yakuza Mahjong. So, but you're paying me money for that, right? So, like, that's tolerable to me. I am rewarded for the suffering. I can tolerate, like, boringness if I am paid well. Also, I rather watch Ina alone in the dark after not sleeping for 2 days. It's so you understand shit. Yeah, this does feel like an LSD trip, don't it?
These are the utmost grand of days. This is going to be
Also,
so...
Ina is, like, non-binary, which, like, cool, represent. That's badass. But I don't know what the plot or anything of the thing is.
So... awful. I think this is going to be the worst
The one who
day
shall
of
not
my
be
life.
spoken, like murder drones, thus evil.
Everyone's ugly. Today's
This series makes you feel like you're
Why
high.
would I know?
Well, like, I think this is LSD, actually. This is like, your hallucinogenics.
Ah,
You're hallucinating
serious
shit.
apologies.
But yeah, I just really don't care about murder drones. Like, it would look cool, the animation was cool. I think the problem is, chat, I was never Five Nights at Freddy's pilled. Okay? And I have a feeling that a lot of, like, stuff that's, like, YouTube series and all these other games, they're reverberations off of, like, the FNAF craze. Where it's very abstract storytelling and, like, it's cool imagery, but there's not a whole lot of going on. You actually need to, like, piece together the show, right? And there's some examples where, like, it's good. Where, like, Undertale has a lot of background mystery, but, like, it's still a cool, straightforward plot. I think of, like, Gravity Falls as, like, one of the best animated TV shows of all time, which I only watched recently. I watched it a couple months back for the first time. Gravity Falls is genuinely one of my favorite fucking things of all time now. But Gravity Falls has a clear, concise, direct plotline as well, and episodic plot lines. And then there's also the background mystery shit. If I feel like with shows like this, Murder Drones has a plot as well. It's pretty straightforward, but Murder Drones I just didn't care. Like, Murder Drones was so simple. It was so idiotically simple, like it was made for children, which I'm assuming it was made for children. Which is weird, but it wasn't. It had, like, graphic violence in it. Murder Drones feels like a I'm 15 and this is deep kind of fucking thing, you know what I mean? And by the way, I'm not trying to shit talk Ina. It's just like it doesn't tickle my brain and it hurts my brain when I watch it. Does that make sense? Like this feels like someone like played Undertale or watched a Jacksepticeye Let's Play of Undertale and was like, oh my god, Undertale is so wacky and zany and funny. Ha! Let's make a YouTube animated series that's only wacky zany shit. Anyway. I was a FNAF enjoyer until the male one. I couldn't give two fucks about that. Fuck you! Oh, the mole one, my bad. I was like, wait, there's a mailman FNAF game? See, I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's just... I've watched like 1 minute of this. I'm like, yeah, maybe I'm not giving it its fair shake. But I remember watching this like 2.5 years ago. And I don't remember nothing, and I don't care. See, and it's a 17-minute video. It's like, fucking Jesus, man. Oi, caramba. Oi, fucking caramba. No, just inspired by LSD Dream. Yeah, about that. The game makes it feel you're on drugs? Wait, there's an Ina game? I didn't even know there was an Ina game. Reminds me of, Voynich Hotel. I should have saved up yesterday beer for this video. True. Yep. Ina is good, it's just that it's not your taste. That's it. Ina has a game and it's pretty good. Ina has free game on Steam. Ina Dream Barbecue. Ina is good. Okay, I think, like, maybe, if I remember correctly, I remember this video was okay. I remember this one being reasonably okay in bits. I don't remember much.
Check out this neat trick.
Like, I remember this having some plot.
There are already some
I think there's like city shots in here I remember liking.
Luckily, not many more.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different video.
I want to go home. I don't.
Let me go back a video. Extinction Party. I remember there was one where, like, they're in a city or a town or something. I remember this one. I do remember this video. But this... But, like, this is good, like... I guess I'm not gonna say it's bad. I will say it's on my taste. That's fair. But, like, I don't think this is, like, objectively good. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be like, oh, yes, this is a fucking... a magnificent piece of art form, and I just don't get it. Like, I don't know, man. Ina has a game and it's pretty good. The series help you understand the game from what Yoshi said. Man, what if you thought of it as an Undertale core? What if it's Cruelty Squad core? Okay. Which I've never played. I've only watched, like, the Pyro video. Cruelty Squad is, like, yeah, next level in terms of, like, fucking brain damage, visuals. Then again, it just makes you feel high. Yeah, I guess look, we haven't, listen, lore video. Look at this. You need to watch a lore video to understand what you're watching. Like, to be fair, there's a lot of people out there who, like, before a Marvel movie comes out, it's like, okay, let's watch the fucking 20-minute YouTube recap of, like, what's going on in the MCU. Or, like, there's a new Stranger Things season coming out. I think it's the final season, season 6 or something. I only ever watched season 1 and 2 and, like, episode 1 of season 3.
Nice weather.
They didn't say that. They had no voice.
What conspiracies are we cooking on the
Anyway, but like, I feel like anything where it's like, oh, I don't understand what I just watched, I need to watch an explanation video, already you're kind of like, huh? You know what I mean? Cruelty Squad is so fucking good, I love it, Mail. That's literally what Dark Souls does, and you like it? Fuck, yeah, but Dark Souls you can get enough from just consuming it yourself. You're right, you did get me with the fucking look at yourself in the mirror there. You're right, fair enough. You don't need a lore explanation video, in my opinion, for Ina. Yeah, I guess at this point it is just my visual aesthetics. It's like, this, okay, like, this feels like ADHD, like, I just realized what I'm trying to say. It's overstimulating to me. There's too much visuals and auditory sensations going on with Ina that, like, it actually physically hurts my brain. Right? Like, it's so, like...
Salutations, sir. May I
it's
please
jarring.
enter?
Like, it's grating to my
I have some
ears.
urgent information to communicate to my pal Mooney.
Like, my brain is trying to process so many different images and understandings of, like, what this is trying to even show.
To our community's typical standards. Present a blood sample at once.
Oh, I felt wounded.
And, like, I don't know. I guess because like, the audio is, like, kind of distorted. Like, it really hurts my ears. Anyway, okay. I'll stop complaining about Ina. We have Battlefront 2 at home. My brother in Christ, the point is the bizarreness of this weird-ass dimension. Listen, maybe if there was a character called Jojo, and they were going on some kind of, I don't know, adventure, then maybe I would enjoy this bizarreness. Do you think the devs were high when making this? No, I think maybe they have ADHD or something. I think maybe they have a very active imagination as well.
Come on, man. I just want to play one game where I get to duel a lightsaber user. And now I have to deal with Boba, Iden, Phasma, and Bosk?
You really think I'm playing a saber into that?
Hi. Okay, that's fair, but that's not my fault.
Just swap to Obi-Wan. He has more stamina.
This bitch's magic balls go through lightsaber block anyway.
How do you think we feel fighting Leia's broken-ass E11?
At least this is on a cooldown.
And your fin is
or how about be absurd for the sake of being absurd and just nailing it? True.
You know how fast we'd die if I didn't? Okay, how about we all just make a truce? We'll swap off our annoying blasters if you guys swap to lightsabers.
Well, I don't agree to that. Han is all I can play.
We aren't even the issue here.
Why don't you swap to Lando? You're the odd one out.
Or Chewbacca. Blow Boba out of the sky.
Don't be rash.
That would solve a lot of the problems here.
What kind of Star Wars game is this without lightsabers?
Buddy, the score is 30-2, and you're half the deaths.
Swapping won't do him any good if he keeps running in 1v4.
Oh, come on, man.
I like how Anakin sucks the most here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess Ina is, like, the exception, and maybe if I sat down and watched it properly, maybe I could enjoy it. I just have, like, a bad association with it, right? From watching it early on in streaming.
Right.
Like, I compare it to Murder Drones for a reason, right? I think Ina is more of a thing, right? I think it is more more substance. It's literally what Cruelty Squad does. It's absurd, but still has sense and aesthetic. Same with Ina. Anyhow, wow, AI voiced Star Wars, so interesting. Was that AI voiced? I didn't even notice. That sucks.
Chicken and waffles is crazy, but it'd be...
This is so American pilled, by the way. We don't, like, eat waffles here in Australia. Like, we like pancakes, and you can get waffles, but, like, we don't eat chicken and waffles. To me, waffles is a sweet breakfast item, and chicken is a savory lunch and mainly dinner item. So it's weird to compare to the two. Now, chicken waffles might be great. It might be amazing. And like, Americans have, like, maple syrup, right? It's like waffle, maple syrup, chicken. So maple syrup and chicken. And I'm like, bruh. I don't really want maple syrup on my chicken, man. Sweet savory is good. Yeah, I mean, I like, we'll go to, like, Chinese, like, honey chicken. Or sweet and sour chicken, yeah. Just, like, we don't eat waffles. I ate chicken and waffles in the past, it's good. Fair enough, I can believe that it's good.
Crazier if you fried the waffles too. I'm gonna level with you. That's psychotic. Then you
Return
throw
to
it on
space?
some
I'm not
dough
from
with
space.
cheese with some
Okay, now he's turned into a pizza, so now this is fucked up.
fried chicken. That's the plot of Joker Movie 3.
Maple?
You're nuts. And after all that, you top it with syrup. Well, I can't help you. You're committed to being committed. Fried
That's fucked, dude. Okay. It's more something you'd eat on a cheat day. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. To be fair, like, I had such a boy dinner tonight. I literally, like, did instant noodles, this Korean really nice instant noodle soup. And then 3 eggs. Fried up some mushrooms and onions. Some seaweed. Like, in a seaweed pack. And then also fried up, like, some pieces of salami, because I didn't have bacon. So I just was like, yeah, and a can of tuna with a chili. And I just had, like, I guess it's basically like a boy dinner ramen. Ah, yes, my ramen with all non-traditional ingredients. And also, it's not ramen, it's like a Korean fucking noodle ramen. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Everybody will fucking make fun of me for my dinner choices.
The internet
United, a new era of in-flight Wi-Fi.
is now free to board.
Yo, it's Peppa the Pig.
This
She's a pig.
is a new era of in-flight Wi-Fi.
For a second, I thought that was the voice of, have you guys ever watched, Honest Trailers? Cool movie guy voice, Corpo Slop. See the crash there? There he is, right there, yeah. Who the fuck's the guy in the suit? Just a guy? There's a Bumblebee, and then we have, like, a Warhammer 40k orc, question mark? Okay, also, yeah, what the fuck, they had a new kid, Peppa Pig. Which, like, how old is the dad and the mum? I swear they've been around for, like, 20 years. They should be, like, fucking 60. They should be, like, 60 and they had a new baby. It's crazy. Warcraft one? Sorry, Warcraft. My bad. I don't know. I've never played, like, WoW or, Warcraft.
With the fastest scrolling, live sports, and streaming.
What? Okay, listen, the other two made sense. Sport...
And streaming.
What? Okay.
Scrolling, live sports,
Why?
and streaming.
It's just a guy in a suit, like... I guess the guy scrolling is literally scrolling. I guess that makes sense. And sport guy is sport guy, but why is the guy in the suit streaming? Why is Peter from Los Angeles, California, at 34 years old, the streaming guy?
For we've broken the Wi-Fi barrier.
Fuck you mean just a guy in a suit? It's literally Peter!
Mileage Plus members.
Get out of here, Peppa! No, Peppa! No! We ain't aiming for the truck, Peppa! Oh, no! Okay. Niccolo animated short film. Oh, yo, I love Daily Dose of Internet. Fuck, this is from 6 months ago. No, it's a 20-minute video. We're not watching Daily Dose. I do like Daily Dose, though. I don't watch him every day like other people do, though. They needed a token white guy? Rip. They didn't even mention Crash. He's just there. Hey, Lois! I'm a United Airline commercial! Also, I forgot to change the just... Shush, doggy. I forgot to change the just chatting category, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Anybody who comes in here looking for Hoi 4, I'll be like, yeah, okay, we're about to go fucking fuck up the world. Chill out, chill out. This gives me Ghibli vibes. Ghibli and Disney sort of stuff. Weird for Crash to be there. It was weird. It was weird for the whole thing to be there. Crash Bandicoot and Peppa the Pig and the orc from Warcraft. Not the trio I would think of. No, more Vampire Hunter D vibes. Fair enough. I just mean in terms of like this gives me like what was that Mickey Mouse drugged up movie? What's that Mickey Mouse animated movie from like the 60s, I think maybe? It's like drugged up fucking colors. I always forget the name of that movie. I remember watching it. Fantasia? Yeah, that's it. This gives me a bit like Fantasia vibes. People are guessing maybe a TV series or maybe a new game or remake or port. James, I don't think there's anything new. I think it was just an advertisement for an airline. Do you think Peppa Pig's getting a new TV show because she was in the airline commercial? No. They have the same show for the last 30 years. Holy shit, this is giving me like fucking Castlevania vibes now. Yeah, you're okay, you're right. Vampire Hunter D. Yeah. Fair enough. Damn, transgender rights? Badass. That girl turned into a fucking man. The aura was too strong. I turned into a vampire man. I was also gonna say Bloodborne, like, but like that's me being cringe. But like, come on now, this is actually very Bloodborne coded. No, he was just feminine. Oh, okay, my bad. Bro, your aura was too strong. You've destroyed the tower. Me when the gothic aesthetic. Oh my god, it's Bloodborne. Me when I make fun of myself, but I'm trying to make fun of other people who say the same thing, but I say the exact same thing. Gothic motherfucker, it's medieval. Get it right. This has got some gothicness. What? Nick streamed the Pokemon for 9 hours yesterday. I saw it. Like when I finished streaming at like 6 AM, I saw he was still streaming. I'm like, what the fuck? That's so unusual. Oh god, this reminds me of fucking Animal Farm. The pigs eaten at the table at the end of the book. So the humans turned into pigs at the end. Mister, when a character is dressed in black and red, yeah, true. You got me. I guess because this gives me like 1800s Victorian vibes and not 1400s medieval vibes. Does that make sense? Like this gives me more Victorian era, which I consider more gothic than medieval. You end the stream when other Australian hours at 3 PM started streaming. I see. Fuck this shit, I'm out. This was fucking really cool. I'm not gonna lie, this is actually really good. I like this a lot. This was really good. Surprising. Lom posting peak? No, actually that's not surprising. Most likely to post peak is Lom. This is Griffith vibes now. What is this? This is a Nicolo Animation Short Film 2025 Goblins. I don't, maybe that's the name of someone who made it. I don't know. Goblins. Wait, did I send a thing? No, that did not work. Oh, I did send. Cool. That was gorgeous. Hell yeah. East India Company. Oh no, Hoi 4. Let's go. OMG, the immortal guy? Pat Mendizi. It's not like I rewatched the short film 10 times, badass.
I'm afraid currency is the currency of the realm. It's only business, my lord. As you can see, with this flag, that's our company's logo. And
hello,
now,
Kitsu.
We own you. No, I don't care how many.
Thank you for the baseball bat.
As long as the ships keep sailing. Oh, you have Peppa. What a coincidence,
Pepper.
because we have gun. Did you guys
Gun.
attack the King's Portuguese allies? Yeah, that was us. Why? Well, we want the shipping lane, you see. Oh, the king says we can't do that. We'll give him some money and tell him to grow the fuck up. England's threatening us.
This guy's
with
caked
force.
up with makeup.
Oh, that is simply precious. Hey, China, do you like opium? No.
Hello and goodbye, mail and everyone, but I gotta go.
But that doesn't mean
Fair
you
enough,
get
Kitsu.
it. Oh,
You
he's
saw it
simply
now. Watch
precious.
streaks on your channel
Fine.
now.
Okay. He's got those
Kitsu
little hands
Memento.
where he can do those intricate patterns. Let's get him on the factory floor. You know, sometimes I really do feel bad about the genocides we've incited. But then I take a look at the ledgers and I feel a lot better.
No, that's face is natural, bruh. That's crazy. I do not want to watch the Duolingo anime. No, thank you, sir. Is Gochujang overpowered? I terribly pronounced that.
Is gochujang the most
Gochujang?
overpowered sauce in the game, or is it just the latest patch update everyone's abusing? Once a niche ingredient, gochujang has been buffed into one of the most meta-defining sauces.
Oh yeah,
in
I've never
food
had
culture,
this.
With its
Uncle Roger always talks about like getting this shit. But I've never had it.
deep umami.
Motherfucker is in his mid-30s. That's crazy, that guy. And they fully released them now out of beta, which is
Slow building
badass.
heat and fermented complexity.
I
It's
had
a
it, 7 out of
flavor
10,
bomb
fair
that
enough.
outplays weaker spicy sauces in almost any matchup. It synergizes with
I don't like how he does this, by the way. Like, I know it's probably
sauces in
safe,
almost any
but like, it's a grater. I don't. What if you grate your finger? I don't know.
matchup. It synergizes with nearly every build. Korean fried chicken, rice bowls, fusion tacos, and even burgers, making it a top pick for players looking for something more than just spice. But it's not broken. Gochujang has a high skill floor, too much, and it overpowers the entire dish. It also struggles in Western casual play, where some players refuse to swap out their sriracha mains. For high rank players, it's easily an S tier, versatile, complex, and packed with long-lasting flavour buffs. But in casual play, it's still fighting for dominant against easier builds. Is gochujang the most overpowered
Bro likes
sauce?
talking about a meta. The fighting game meta. Okay. Coolio, back to La Hoi 4, let's go. Unless someone posts another video. Coolio. So yeah, by the way, I save scummed this chat. If Polocus and James remember, last time the game crashed, and I literally just off stream save scum to get the good event. I said the pen is mightier than the sword, and I made them do propaganda, I guess. And then this is the succession event, the succeeding one. Whispers of a return. The dark-soaked streets lay silent and empty, save for one cargo truck parked off to the side of the road. With its headlights off and engine silent, one could only assume that its business was of the highly illegal type. One man sat in the driver's seat, cigarette twisting between his index and middle finger. He wasn't allowed to light it, they said. Any lie could be a possible trigger for a watchful policeman or concerned citizen to investigate. The three shadows moving down the street made their own effort to stay out of the light, sneaking close to walls and moving only into the edges of a street lamp's glow. Occasionally they would stop, turning the wall to paste something onto it. The man in the truck could not read what they were saying. Could not read what they were saying? You mean hear? Oh no, mouth reading. Oh, sorry, lip reading. Okay. But he knew what it was. Poster after poster detailing the benefits of restoring the German Reich Commissariat. Finally, the two men returned, their hands empty. As the driver flicked his headlights on and began to drive away, the light flashed off the multitudes of posters plastered on every building. He couldn't help but laugh at the most comedic side of it. This would be a hell of a thing to wake up to for the locals. Perhaps they would see the light, perhaps they wouldn't. However, one thing is for certain, that people would know that the Germans were coming and that the hardliners of Norway were really with open arms to them. Okay, coolio. Read the world with open arms, Norway. And by the world, I mean me, your overlord, your superior. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. So yeah, we're basically just building up to take Norway. We have what, like, it's quite a, yeah, 240 days. But to do a lot, we need to do Sweden and Finland. Like, oi, oi, oi. Yeah, still finishing Norway. And then Sweden, Finland, Romania and Hungary, Ukraine, Moscowian, and the Caucasus, which is quite a lot, man. Yeah, okay. Romania and Hungary, to be fair, are already in my faction, but I guess maybe they can, like, fuck up and not do anything. I think we just have this Oslan guy. So I think, by the way, if we went to war, we could have taken all Oslan, but, like, I don't care. I kind of like that I'm doing everything sort of peacefully. It's pretty cool. Very anti, Schronor strat. You also have another 10 army XP. This one. Okay. Coolio, that's the mountains. Coolio. Cool. Danish military bases. 1 missile solo. We gain some medium range and short range missiles. In the 1940 campaign against Norway, our bombers made short work of any defenses the Norwegians put up. However, our own success with this strategy led us to dotting the mountains and fjords with flak cannons, and now the Norwegians are bound to use our own weapons against us. To combat this, we should use an invention that the strategists of 1940 could only dream of: missiles. By building our bases in Denmark, we'll be able to fire missiles of all kinds into the mountains of Norway, obliterating any bunkers and forts in a hail of rockets and bombs, without a single German man being forced to lay his life on the line. In addition to the immediate strategic benefit of these bases, they will also be a fine addition to our defense against any American incursion into Europe, covering the entrance into the Baltic and most of the North Sea. Indeed, some have even gotten to asking why these positions have not been built before now. While the answer to this mainly lies in the economic downturn of the 50s, this issue matters little to the current situation, but now we can rest easy knowing that soon all of Norway will be under the reach of our missiles. I like how a lot of these focuses of the solution is always like, let's just shoot missiles. Like, that's what the Switzerland plan was as well. Like, bruh. 1 extra mil. Okay. Coolio. Coolio. 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, okay, yeah. We're getting through in terms of actually, like, producing everything that we need. Yeah, attack helicopter, transport helicopter, APCs, and the Kugelpanzers. Coolio. Who the fuck is that? Huh? Who is this? Is that one of mine? Great Britain. It's one of Great Britain's fucking ships. They have a cool flag here, what the hell? Huh. Okay, thanks for the missiles. They're setting up so much PP as well. Teaching a lesson, we declare a war on Norway. So I guess the Norway went a specific, what do you say? They went a specific, path where you can't do them peacefully. See, I wonder what, like, you're setting up all the game rules to make every game, every player go, like, on the lines. Like, so you actually have to declare war on everybody would be pretty fucking crazy. The tide has come. The fleets are armed and ready. Our rockets are primed and fueled, and our helicopters, helicopter, even now spin their rotors and warm up in anticipation. Our soldiers across the Reich stand at attention, ready to plunge into the mountains and fjords of Norway. The plan is simple and has been drilled into the mind of every soldier's head. We will land on top of their positions, silence their guns, and shatter any defense the puny traitors can muster. A quick sweep is not only planned and expected, but demanded. We will take the lightning invasion of 1940 and make it seem laughable in the face of our own strike. Truly, the Norwegians will once again learn to fear us, and the world will look in awe upon the new Germany's might. In that Russia game yesterday, I got Iran in faction. Nice. Yeah, we'll spend 67 there. Thank you. Not that it matters. We're like I said, we're always just maintaining this guy because he's got nothing. Non-existent hawkishness, non-existent power, and then very high loyalty. Really, Matt, can I see like what it is? The militarists. We get 0 bonuses to all this. Coolio. but then just max loyalty, political party stability modifier, command power gain. Holy shit. That's crazy. See, I guess if we increase their power, then, like, we could get stuff, but, like... You know what I mean? I don't know. I suppose you could always, like, have them maxed out. Like, if you have max power and max loyalty, like, it's not an issue. But, like... I don't like these guys, so I'm gonna keep them, like, low. Okay. Pakistan joined the German faction, but it was surrounded and couldn't bring troops anywhere. Okay, okay. Okay, so we are ready to go. So we probably want you to stop training. And probably the planes as well. Just so we can be ready to have all when it's ready to go. See, what the fuck? Did the boats just leave? Yeah, it's fine. Really? Okay, no, that's fine. They can just go back up here. It's fine. Get ready for the Norway War. This shouldn't take us too long, realistically. It's fucking Norway, man. Neutral Afghanistan was in front of OFN. India was behind it and to the side of Democratic Iran. Okay, lower speed. Click OK. Pause. Select a new focus while we're doing this. No, we can't do a new focus until we've won. Okay, coolio. Well, because of that, then I'll go back to doing research. Very, very good. For the plants and the troops, we will increase spending about $10 million against events. Performance-enhancing drug program begins. Well then. Much like our employment of Pervitin in the 1940, full Galeb operation guaranteed a lightning victory against Iraq's various opponents. Perhaps a mass consumption of performance-enhancing drugs and substances will prove to better the standing and battle readiness of the German Wehrmacht. Thus, it's best we explore this concept of testing supposed performance-enhancing drugs on our already competent soldiers. This will surely make them competent in even greater measures, granting them combat strength and focusing their abilities to superhuman extents. What could possibly go wrong? So fucking true. What could go wrong, chat? Okay. Okay. I guess I could just make you guys do that. Okay, and then the missiles, we don't care about missiles. IDK, but I have a soup. Very nice. Soup is good. Okay. Make a save here. Everything is ready as we can have it. Oh, wait, I forgot Navy. Yeah. Just for fucking, short bombardment ram. It's just oil, though. Oil's gonna be a bitch. Okay. Coolio. Like, do I even need a micro this, man? Like, they've only got one... Like, they've only got people on one tile. What? Like, yeah, we have attrition, but, like, who the fuck cares, dude? Oh, yeah, I swear to God. Which one are my Panzer? Okay. What's the speed? 20 kilometers... 16 kilometers. Okay. Wow. By the way, tomorrow Sabaton is releasing song about Bonaparte. Hell yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Oh no, they're actually fucking trying to push. They're trying to hold us. Oh my god. Please, no. The Yankees oppose us yet again. Oh god, okay. The foolish Yankees of the United States, doubtless at the behest of their Zionist... Hey, let's not get topical. Oh god, did we just get a 50,000 events? Oh, fucking Christ. Foolish Yankees in the United States Atlas, the diners have been sent for the planes and the ships to aid Norway. While we have sent them a stern diplomatic rebuke, we are forced to ignore this pitiful aid. As direct confrontation could spark a war the degenerate Americans have we not yet prepared for. Theo Göring seemed especially distraught at the news, quickly asking the generals if this would mean a larger war. Hirschhorner suggested no war would come if the Luftwaffe struck rapidly and cowed America into submission after a lightning attack on their shipping. Göring stopped the proposal with the reluctant support of several of his other advisors, so we are forced to allow the American fools to operate freely. They'll get theirs. Ukraine sent support to Norway. French state sent support to Norway. Italy sent support. Iberia sent support. Algeria sent support. Egypt sent support. The oil offense stands with Norway. The oil offense stands with Norway. The oil offense stands with Norway. They'll get theirs. Iceland. The Faroe Islands. Commonwealth of Australia. The British Honduras, Kingdom of the Netherlands, Dutch Antilles, Haiti, West Indies Federation. Fucking Jesus, man. What the hell was that, dude? Okay, okay, enact war taxes, please. Oh my god, we're actually making money? Who would have flippin' flapping forward? And then trade, I guess. I need to buy more oil, man. It is what it is. We've got this. They're just being really dumb and holding us. Sweesh. Okay. Join war request? No, we did. Let's all do that. Where does your front line go, mister? So we can cut this off and then they'll already be, cut off north. Thank you. Decisions. Loot Scandinavia. Okay. Lose stability, but we gain a bunch of GDP. So I'm assuming we can't ever, like, actually make, them, like, be subjugated then. If we can loot them. So yeah, we just lost 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Cool. Do we need to get more oil? Hmm. Okay, easy peasy. Oh, it's funny because like Switzerland's supposed to be the really hard one. This is probably like not hard, but like we're putting in marginally more effort than fucking than Switzerland. That is an epic actual steak. Actually got supply, so we're kind of pushing through. I always forget like how quick my divisions are. Like 20 kilometers. It's fucking crazy. We should actually go to planes. Bro, there's no fucking oil, dude. Kitsu's on 355 streak? Wait, that's nearly a fucking year. What the hell? Jesus. Holy sheesh. So I don't get the notifications for watch streaks. I don't like get them when they pop up. Oh, Oslo is right there, by the way. Me when the capital is inside. What the fuck is the guy that's supposed to get here? You're taking your time, you idiot. Like, a bunch of... these guys are here. Ay, ay, ay. How are we doing in terms of... yeah, 2,000, 81,000.
Только ветер поет в проводах, тускло звезды мерцают.
What are you not producing? Carrier Cass? I should just sell those carrier. Yeah, well, actually, no, you shouldn't actually sell the mailman. You should just fucking put them on the goddamn... where's my carrier ones? Yo, it's a Russian song that's used for sad Slavic memes. It's a cool song, Dark in the Night. I just realized you haven't used Sacred War Song for Great Trial? No. I don't even know what the hell that song was. Listen, there's always a second Great Trial in the future if it gets updated content for War. Whenever I play TNO Requiem, it seems that Spear is the chosen victor because that who wins a lot now? Uh-huh. That's why I must spit on you, spits on mail. I don't, what the fuck? I can't know every song in the world, brother. It's just not possible. You must break mail too, bruh. Oh, you never got that tile, dude. Me when I missed a tile. How fast are my actual divisions? These guys are only 4 kilometers. Fair enough. Bro, fucking Jesus. No, okay. 17,000 anti-air, Jesus. Maybe we, take that off. Okay, they're nearly dead. By the way, if you have a new TikTok, don't forget to update the one in About Me. Where About Me? You're right, thank you, I do, yeah. So basically, chat, what happened is, you can't log in, so how I logged in, how I created that TikTok before, is I created it through Twitter X, and now TikTok has gotten rid of that, so I actually can't even log into my old one. Which is so weird and annoying. It is what it is, wasn't like that used. TikTok moment for... Bro, like, oil is, like, insane to have. Can we build refineries? We can. I should start building refineries. Don't worry, the moment you get a occasion back, you will have shit ton of oil. Okay, okay. Sorry, Caucasian. Brawl Stars released a Bloodborne skin for a character. I don't care why I even got Brawl Stars recommended, but the artwork for it is exactly the cover of the game. Sheesh. The conquest of Norway. Nazi propaganda was always very specific in regards to the Nordic countries, as fellow Aryans, Germans and Norwegians were bound together by blood and ideology alike, and thus were more than just natural allies, they were brothers. German Reich was the proud oldest son, the guiding hand that would lead the Aryan race to salvation against all who stand against him and his family, while Norway was the loyal younger brother who would proudly walk in the footsteps laid out to him on the path to glory. Unfortunately, that little brother wasn't nearly as loyal as he should have been. Göring thought that any such rebellious tendencies had already been stamped out long ago during the first invasion, when Hitler decimated all who opposed him and secured the end siege, the final victory. Norway was said to be a part of that final victory before they threw it all away with this latest flare-up of resistance. And for what? Their situation was just as hopeless as it was the first time. They'd received no outside help just like the first time, and now they were even weaker than they were the first time. Clearly the riders had frozen all of their functioning brain cells. The Winders had frozen their functioning brain cells. Fucking hell, man. And so it was that the Fuhrer casually gave the order to invade, he casually read the reports of successful landings when they occurred, casually listened through the briefings as to their continued success, and casually observed the victory celebrations when the inevitable happened. He casually assigned Heinz Göring Lem to be the land's new Reichskommissar, and casually put all the death, pain, and suffering he had inflicted upon his nation's little brother out of mind. This time the Germans would be here to stay, and if for some reason the Norwegians rose up against them again, then they'd casually do it all over once more, and any number of times they needed it after that. That was a responsibility of the older brother, after all, to keep the family he cared for in line. Second verse, same as the first. Bruh. Coolio. And then I'm glad I did this, and then we just need to wait before we can do the next one. Coolio. Yeah, and that's Reichskommissariat Scandinavian. Very good. Awesome. And then, yeah, I guess we'll bring back the Navy.
Gen Z has
Shushi, let's go. Okay. There we go.
different problems. They have it financially harder than people in my generation and the generations before me. And to just say that, oh, well,
Did
they
this
have
just
problems,
come
but
out?
they're also, look at this.
It fucking
8
did.
people are spending 10 grand a year on Uber Eats, distracts from the actual conditions that are causing this and makes it seem like it's all an element of personal responsibility, bro. And honestly, if you were fucking 22 and buying a house was like 70 times your annual income, you might be like, fuck it, I'm gonna pay 23 bucks for Swiss Chalet on DoorDash tonight because I'm not gonna get any real estate anyway. You're not looking at it within the context of everything else, man. You think you fell out of a coconut tree. You don't realize you exist in the context of all that came before you. Gen Z has different...
Fell out of a coconut tree. That goes hard, man. That goes hard. Holy shit. That's awesome. Hell yeah. The difference in skin, bro. Okay, so we do... Well, actually, okay. We do get an event, but what's the next one? 14 days? Okay. We can wait. He was tomato red at the end? Yeah, that's fucking NL in a nutshell. When he pops off, he pops off. 67. So I don't think there's anything, like, new that we need to do. I should do some Navy as Germany, because we have a big Navy. I just don't really want to. I know I should. Yeah, there's not much else I need to actually research. Okay, plane. Okay, so I think we're waiting for the event about drugs. Performance enhancing drug program begins. The first deployment of the stats plan 1524 began today at a classified location with men of the elite Fallschirmjäger. The program consists of a number of serial injections of highly classified drugs containing multiple types of hormones such as steroids. The men will be observed over the next week to ensure that they are coping with the administration of the drugs. Before the next batch of soldiers undergoes the same process. Already in performance tests, the dope soldiers are running faster and lasting longer than the control group. Some members of the work park have expressed their doubts about the program, citing health risks to the soldiers. The Führers ignored these complaints and ordered the program to continue. The German Grenadier will be able to take on any amount of subhuman soldiers single-handedly with these new stimulants. Military steroid use, division attack and defense, plus 10%. Fucking hell. Oi, oi, oi. One of the most loyal collaborators, Scandinavian loses stability, war support, and manpower, but they gain weekly manpower, weekly stability, weekly war support. After our victory over the hated Norwegians, collaborators of old have come crawling out of the woodwork in support of our return. Some of the humility to plead for forgiveness for their treachery, other more brazen ones have the gall to claim that they remain loyal to the Reich since the dissolution of Norwegian. These fools seem to think that we have not watched the Norwegian situation with a close eye ever since then. Of course we haven't, not with all the action we've been having back in the Reich, but that does not mean we should tell the truth. After all, Loren looked back for the Reich to admit that it hasn't been paying full attention to its rightful lands. Instead, our Führer has conceived a brilliant idea. We'll dole out punishments to all those we deem traitors, regardless of whether they actually betrayed us or not. After all, a good German should be able to sniff out the true Aryans for the pack of wolves and liars in the first place. At the end of this purchase, we should theoretically be left with a strong, sturdy, and loyal pack of politicians and generals to restart the Reichskommissariat with. Oh, okay, we have a navy. We have a bunch of extra stuff. Also... Okay, let's look at, like, Marine Division templates. Literally just 18 whiffs. No, but you can make it 30 whiff if you want. Okay. Experimental spot? What the fuck is that, dude? What the hell? Oh my god, what the fuck is this, like, visual glitch we got going on over here? Is that on any of the others? Yeah, okay, that might be because of, the support companies. These are all, like, fucked up and weird. It's fine. I don't really care too much. Also, yeah, okay, you guys are probably very, very good. How many days? 180 days to fucking... Okay, no, we have to conquer Scandinavia forever. Okay, okay. So Scandinavia we can wait. We need to do Balkans, Moscow, Ukraine. Okay. Understood, understood. Coolio. Assets rejects Jamaican independence aid. Okay, I have to leave the Norway stuff right now. Yeah, I just have to. Yeah, okay. Balkans, Moscow, Ukraine. Winterman Peter. Peter shows up again, bruh. Current state of Serbia is increasingly problematic for our greater Germanic Reich, for those who govern the region are no longer truly loyal to Albania, either seeking to expand the state's influence and permanently throw the shackles of National Socialist dominance, or manipulating us with their false words of comfort. Regardless of who rules over the country, they must be eliminated to ensure the threat to our fatherland is permanently eliminated. Okay. And this will be Serbia. Serbia, Ukraine, Moscow, Caucasus. Okay. Okay. Helicopter assault. One researcher helicopter. Sheesh. As shown with the South African War, the usage of the helicopter has been proven as an effective means of conducting warfare. Luckily, the Great Germanic Reich's abundance of helicopters will allow us to test the usefulness of combat development of Valkyries in Europe. Soviet significant swaths of mountainous terrain are the perfect region to deploy helicopters, as their agility and terrain capabilities will aid in our ability to bypass and advance through East Europe. The Swiss guerrilla war ends. Remove Swiss resistance. Very good. After many skirmishes, raids, and acts of sabotage, it appears that the Swiss army's guerrilla campaign across their former homeland has come to a close. German soldiers walking down the streets without being fired upon, supply trucks for refurbishing garrisons not being blown sky high, and a lack of assassinations of anybody above the rank of Unterofficer. This has been one of the calmest weeks ever seen to the new German territory. This, of course, does not occur by random chance. Many are declaring this apparent end of the Swiss guerrilla war as success. Many in the Oberkommando say that it was their anti-guerrilla training and adaptation that led to the end of the guerrillas, while many of the local administration of the new Swiss territories thank the efforts of welcoming and accepting the Swiss into the Reich through integration as the main cause. Either way, one thing is certain, peace can now finally dawn on Switzerland. Very badass. Do we get them as cause? Not yet. Not yet. Hello, not Sopra. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day, evening, morning, or night, wherever and whenever in the world you are. I'm the mailman. You can just call me Mail.
You've got mail.
Thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome on in. Okay, that's good, Coolio. What did I do? Nothing. You existed in the realm of which bricks and boulders are thrown. It is simply the way of the land around here. I do not control the people. The people are merely a rabid, wild race that cannot be controlled. Okay. Yeah, we'll wait till oil because fucking we'll go to war and then. Okay, well we'll get rid of some oil. Darkness from the east. The Gestapo serving in the Eastern Ranch Commissariats have reported a suspicious number of incidents. Nothing major has happened, but there's been far too many incidents of civilians accidentally stumbling into secure areas, plans and documents disappearing, and strangers appearing in towns unannounced for this to all be a coincidence. Someone is planning something and our Gestapo are tearing their hair out trying to understand what's going on. Those we arrested are either innocent of wrongdoing or hardened infiltrators that can hold up under difficult interrogations. The locals seem to know nothing what's going on either. No amount of threats of collective punishment or preemptive raids have turned up any information whatsoever on the anomalous activity. The only conclusion we can draw is that a foreign organization is moving into the territory, but who they are or what they're planning is anyone's guess. Is this fucking Yazov, bro? Put local forces on high alert. We don't need to know who they are to be able to stop them. My guess is it's Yazov. Do we really need max planning? Not particularly, but at the same time... we are fighting for our lives to get the 170 days done. Quite a bit. Okay, let's just do you brothers. Like, can I counterattack them? Yeah, the commands are exclamation boulder, exclamation brick. I don't know what they are. I never use them. My chat is just fucking nefarious. Check their strategies. Prior to the outbreak of the Burger Krieg, the partisans who inhabited the region had become quite a headache for the local German garrison. Indeed, the Serbs actively fought what could be regarded as an open war against our men, yet their anti-Reich engagements have unwittingly weakened their own defense. Displaying all the intelligence customary to our great nation, we have kept records of their strategies and tactics from previous operations. Prior to the invasion, we shall check these records and prepare our contingency plans. Not that it really matters, but... Actually, I just realized we should have done it first, because then it could have built up for the war. Whatever. Is what it is.
It just works.
It does just work. Oh, okay. Okay, coolio. Hello, Sam. Hope you're doing well. Bangkok conference ends in success. Okay. Brought this on yourself. Declare war on Serbia. The time for the full military action has arrived. Indeed, Serbia's days are now numbered. Having betrayed the trust of the Great Germanic Reich, Serbia leaves us little choice but to be brought to heel for their unacceptable treachery against their betters. Although this war shall be brutal, we all must remember that the Serbs have brought this on themselves and deserve nothing but fire and fury. Bruh. Coolio. 3 days. This will be like 1-2 fucking insane. A pretty cool system though, yeah. All new people who enter get sacrifice or boulders, because yes. As soon as we start war, the fucking music does the silly escalation. Yay. Where did my navy go? There's them training, but weird, whatever. Yeah, and then I need to ask Hungary and Romania to join. And also Bulgaria, yep. Okay. They lose some war support to get some anti-air. Isolating the Swedes with the conquest of Norway finished. We've gained the season control of a major part of the international seafaring, the Danish Straits, while we once controlled these before our civil war. Hitler never decided to institute a full blockade on the Swedes and Finns, allowing them to trade with the outside world. Not so with Göring. Under his direction, the Straits would be closed off to any trade coming from or headed for Sweden or Finland. This new restriction will hopefully drive the two nations to desperation and severely hamper their economies. By closing this lane of trade, we will, slice an important part of the Baltic nation's economy apart, giving us and us alone control over imports and exports in the Baltic. Not to mention that we can charge a pretty penny in taxes on any foreign ships entering or exiting. Damn. Money, money, money. Göring economics. Oh, yeah, so I think we gotta wait till the war starts. Okay, there we go. No. There we go. Coolio. Awesome. Like, I don't even know macro this. Like, come on now. Yeah, see, like, as soon as we start the war, unfortunately, like, so much fuel is being used by the army and the Air Force. Bro, I just got an ad of Xbox Game Pass. I'm not sure most people are not willing to pay for it that much anymore. Yeah, they increase the price. Especially here, just, yeah, I know. It's really, yeah, I know. Yeah, like, these guys got absolutely fucking obliterated instantly. What the fuck? We killed like 121,000 people. Like, oh my god. The amount of helicopter damage we must be doing is insane. 22 people killed 150,000. Okay, that's not really realistic. We've lost 22. For 22 people we've lost, we killed 155,000. It's just a crazy number. So what have I had now, according to people I've seen? Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know. Like, in this economy, I don't... I'm always pro-consumer, but at the same time, I always think of, like, well, how is Microsoft doing in terms of money right now? Badass. Ice for crewman ad. Oh, caramba. We can probably stop that event then as well. Surely this will like be the event to start the next one. Conquest of Serbia. Serbia had always been a sort of miniature version of Russia in more ways than one. Suppose it made sense. Slavs were Slavs no matter where one found them. And likewise, all carried the same flaws. Communism, Judaism, and even just the spirit of rebellion. Directionless and pointless, lashing out for no reason at all. Could all be found in abundance of both the land of the Rus, as well as his little brother in the Balkans. That being the case, Otto Ernst Riemer took great delight in using the much smaller nation as a test run for the greatest struggle to come. With all the brutality that came with it, the invasion itself was swift and merciless. No one, least of all the Serbs themselves, expressed anything else. The defiance and devotion to a long-dead ideology and a long-dead nation was to be punished, used as an example to those who failed to get the message the first time. Sorry, chat, give me a second. I need to get someone to ring. My throat is fucking dying right now. Enjoy the musics. Hello, chat, I'm back. Thank you for the health check, James. Outward stretch, inward stretch. Neck to left, neck to right, neck backwards, neck forwards. Funnily enough, concerning ads and expensive services, here in my country, the democratization of technology happened thanks to piracy and Paraguayan imports into Brazil, since they have less taxes there. Even today, a modern console like the PS5 costs about 55 BRL, while our monthly wage is 1500 BRL. Like, while I respect the fact that, like, I understand the numbers and the problems, I suppose my brain is thinking of it like a PS5 is a PS5, right? I would need comparison to, like, food. Like, average groceries income, right? Like, I don't necessarily think that a PS5 should equate to the entire, price of a monthly wage for, what, 5 months? Close to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 months. You would have to save up 4 months for a PS5, and that's if you didn't buy anything else, which is impossible. You have to pay for rent and food. So it would be like, what, 6, 7 months. Like, I don't think the PS5 does equate to that much. But at the same time, I don't think you would... I'm not going to talk about, like, how much money I make every week. I just don't like doing that. But, like, in my brain, like, a PS5 wouldn't be... Every person can get one in a week's pay. Kind of thing, right? But I do think on the other extreme end that, like, yes, that's obviously too much in that equation, in that currency. But I just don't know what the... When it comes to, like, it's hard for my brain to conceptualize other currencies and, like, what everything is equal to, I suppose. A PS5 is quite expensive here, and if I wanted to buy one, see, I don't want to buy a PS5. Price, AUD. So if I got it on the cheap end, a PS5 right now is actually, like, if I really wanted to, it would be, like 1 month paycheck for me. And that's not using up that's not even close to using up my whole paycheck, right? Like, I could buy it in 1 month. And I guess that is reasonable, right? I feel like everybody, like, if you really wanted to, then I guess that should be your privilege and your right to be able to do that, to buy a console, a gaming console. So yeah, like, obviously, like, 6, 7 months or whatever is ridiculous, yeah. Where did I get up to reading here? Swift and merciless, no one least of all the servers themselves expect anything else. Their defiance and devotion to a long-dead ideology and long-dead nation was to be punished. Using the example of those who failed to get the message the first time, Germans, panzers rolled their way through the streets of Sarajevo. Bombs were dropped, entire villages were erased from the map, and anyone who was stupid enough to try to defeat the Reich in a war of attrition was promptly destroyed. Executed, really, for they might as well have been lined up for their own death sentence, possessed and deluded as they were. Of course, this was hardly the end of it. The real struggle was still to come, and would likely continue for years, if not decades. The smart Serbians, if such a thing ever existed, had simply gone right back to doing the exact same thing as before the war. Hiding out in mountains and forests, caves and long-abandoned buildings, they hid in their lairs, scheming in their viper nests on how best to destroy their betters, just as they had done for nearly 20 years now. Also, fucking, it's crazy to fucking hear, gorillas playing. I love it. Destroy there, just so they done for nearly 20 years now. To hunt them down would be a brutally difficult task, so the Reich now had decades of experience in countering guerrilla warfare. They also had never been spread so thin before. Most able-bodied men were needed for the next operation, and funding would now have to be split between the countless other garrisons. They required just as much aid in rooting out their own pests. Furthermore, there was a significant lack of collaborators, as all the prominent ones had either been slaughtered or turned coat. Okay. It was a logistical nightmare that gave Reamer a headache just by thinking about it, but then again, that wasn't his problem. Instead, Militabashaiba, Leo Hep, would be one to bear such a burden alongside the rest of the powder keg of Europe. Otto couldn't help but smirk at the thought, knowing that it was exactly what such a man deserved. Hep was competent, certainly, but this was as far as he was to advance in German politics, rolling over lands so infested with venom that he would fear for his life every time he turned his keys to his car. Such dirty work was exactly the match for his skill level. Everything Everything else, everything above these cursed lands, was fit for better men, men like himself. And so was that Rima was reassigned, moved out of the Little Russia, and on to greater things. He certainly couldn't imagine ever coming back to Miltawating Bokabinsil again. Fuck me in those German words, man. But if ever did, he hoped that Leo would have done his job and ensured that there was no more Serbs ever again. Hope the powder keg of Europe won't explode anymore. Okay, so hopefully... Does that count? Okay, cool. So we have what? How many days? Fucking hundreds. Okay. We can actually ignore the Balkans. So now we jump to Moscow. Okay, cool. So I like that you can, like... Serbia, Bulgaria. Yeah, Bulgaria just, like, stuck with me, basically. Like, I think the dad died or whatever. Okay. Loot the Balkans. Get $2 billion. Balkans gain less stability. Okay. Obviously, we haven't started Greece yet, though we could do Greece. Okay. Just checking. Okay, we'll, I think it's gonna be the, Ukraine next. Yeah. Because obviously fucking... Yeah, okay. Thankfully, like, we have Romania, Ostland, yada yada, so it'd actually be a pretty easy push, I imagine. I just searched for why electronic devices are so heavily taxed, about 60% of the full price, and the answer is the government of Brazil doesn't see electronic devices as necessary and vital goods for someone to live, even in today's world. They see it as some kind of leisure and not necessary, thus taxing a lot. Now think about it, how can anyone live within civilization without a phone internet connection? It's really ridiculous. Yeah, that's true, like, obviously it's a very, like, 90s, viewpoint to be like, oh, technology is a luxury. That not everybody, like, needs. Like, it is something, it is a want, not a need. But now that we live in the year 2025, obviously we do, like, yeah, it's a thing. Like, to even, like, apply for jobs, or job related, like, it is, like, technology and internet, yeah. That being said, like, see, I don't know, like, a whole lot about Brazil. The thing I know about Brazil is, I would go as far to say it is probably the best, if not one of the best countries in South America. Now, I guess that's like saying fucking... No, I can't say anything too fucked up, can I? It's like, okay, that's like, you know... Like, oh my god, Brazil. Like, everybody always jokes like, oh no, you're being sent to Brazil. Yeah, I'd rather be sent to Brazil than fucking Colombia, Venezuela, Chile, Argentina, like, you know, like, I'm generalizing a bit, but, like, you know what I'm trying to say, right? Like, I think Brazil had the really good fucking, thing a few months, well, no, it was like a year or two ago now, but didn't they say, like, fuck you to Elon Musk and all this stuff, and they, like, did a bunch of social media reforms? You forgot Paraguay? Is Paraguay really bad? Like, I don't know how bad Paraguay is. Uruguay, see, I don't know how bad Paraguay, Uruguay, Ecuador, Bolivia, I never said Bosnia, fuck me, Bolivia, like, I don't know how bad those countries are. I'm just saying, like, Brazil is better than the ones that I do know. Yeah. Uruguay good, Paraguay, good luck, rip. Like, Guyana, I don't, like, those aren't even really countries, I don't think. Yeah, okay. So, like, obviously fucking, like, Panama is fucked up. Like, okay, well, like, I mean, obviously we're getting into Central America. It's a bit different, right? Yeah. Okay, let's start the Moscow. Fuck, I'm annoyed that we had 2 days. Okay, we can't do this then. Can we do a 7-day focus somewhere? It's fine, we have 160 days to do, like, the basic Moscow and... Ukraine and Moscow, sorry, I keep getting the two confused. Ukraine and Moscow ones. And then we can sort of repair stuff and get everything on the way. 7 days, 7 days. See, oh, what about the water? Very good. Spending will increase by 20 million. It gets event. Chemicals in the water. They turned the freaking frogs gay? What? Regrettably, the liquid alive doesn't exactly do much in the way of battle. Let's change that, shall we? Indeed, the time has come to wonder what about the water and make it useful in our success as a nation. It is therefore necessary with the formal recommendation of the GRWI that the government begins to pump fluorine Why is this so like weirdly topical? The most electromagnetic element into the Iraq's water supply. We've undertaken this despite a considerable protest from a nation's private sector, who claim will destroy the toothpaste industry. We've assured Führer Göring that fluoride will deliver improved health and, more importantly, keep the population docile and also prevent tooth decay. This is so funny. This is chemicals in the water. They're turning the freaking frogs gay, man. Oh, yo. Okay, let's get ready for the Ukraine war.
Naar kersen, sinaasappel, cola, pepermunt, karamel, ananas,
Caramel. This song goes hard.
voor iedereen behalve voor mij verboden vruchten. Verboden vruchten. Verboden vruchten. Voor iedereen, maar niet voor mij. U begrijpt, ik heb dat meisje meteen aan mijn ouders voorgesteld. En toen mijn vader vroeg wat is er voor een, heb ik hem uitgebreid verteld. Ze smaakt naar kersen, sinaasappel, cola, pepermunt, karamel, ananas. Maar ik zeg er wel bij, verboden vruchten. Verboden vruchten. Verboden vruchten. Voor iedereen behalve voor mij, verboden vruchten. Verboden vruchten. Verboden vruchten. Voor iedereen, maar niet voor
I just wish these went to where they needed to go. Whatever. So I don't like carrier stuff. Like putting planes on the fucking boats is always annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a fun song. I like the song. Hey, at least we're Germany taking over Ukraine this time, not Russia. Am I right or am I right? Okay. I mean, Brazil is a huge country. Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo are very bad, but I don't live in any of those states. I live in the neighboring state of Minas Gerais. That's not to make fun of your country, but that sounds like a Lord of the Rings fucking city. That sounds like fucking Minas Tirith, Minas Gerais, which is largest as them. And here we don't have as much crime as they do. Probably way lower crime rate. South region of the country is the safest one, while the northeast is the most dangerous and poor one. Yeah, I feel like as you get more north. Well, Argentina and Chile are kind of pretty fucked up and corrupt, right? But I think of how bad Colombia and Venezuela are as countries, and like so, like North South America is pretty like fucked up. Northeast is the most dangerous and poor one. Interesting. The northeast population is the one that usually votes for socialist politicians, huh? Yeah, it's one of those weird things. It's like in Poland, and Flo can speak to it. Poland fucking hates a lot of socialism and communist. Well, obviously they hate communism. They were ruled by the communists for so long. And so I get it, but at the same time, it's like, I think like in the world generally has like a really wrong interpretation of socialism because of how bad communism is, and like a lot of the time there was good communism, but like America did coup d'etats and like got rid of them, you know. Chemicals in the water. You can't be serious about this. Ozenberg slammed the report down at Göring's desk. The Fuhrer himself looked particularly unimpressed with the show. Putting drugs in the water? Are you kidding? The people will go mad, and not because the drugs. They'll come for your head. Oh, Rosenberg, please remember this is a military idea. I simply see potential in it. You know as well as I that these drugs worked wonder on our soldiers, Göring began, his voice remaining steady. Rosenberg cut him off forcibly, raising his voice. Giving a couple soldiers injections of drugs and pouring drugs into the water supply. Dude, be fair, this sounds like a Joker fucking plotline. This sounds like a literal fucking Joker plotline. Fuck commies? Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh yes, communists are great. Like, obviously I don't support actual... I just, like, obviously, like, when we talk about the big general interpretation of communism, it's because it's been widespread by American propaganda, that the Red Scare, right? That's the thing, though. A lot of that is, like, artificial. You know? I'm not saying it's all incorrect, I'm just saying a lot of it is artificial. Like, we don't sit here and go, fuck capitalism. Well, some of us do. A lot of people do that. But, like, not as much. The only good communist regime I can think of is Yugoslavia. Let me look up fucking, like, the USA coup d'etat. South American coup d'etats. Or USA-backed coup d'etats, you know what I mean. United States involvement in regime change in Latin America. In 1976, military forces overthrew the democratically elected President Isabel Perón in the 1976 Argentine coup d'etat. There we go. This coup was accepted and tactically supported by the Ford administration and the US government. There we go. I always think of the Argentina one. And the US government supported the 1971 coup led by General Hugo Bonzón that toppled President Juan of Bolivia. Thrones had displeased Washington by convening an assembly, a people's assembly, in which representatives of specific proletarian sector society were represented. Brazil experienced several decades of authoritarian governments, especially after the US-backed 1964 Brazilian coup d'etat against Social Democrat. And this was under JFK, and JFK was arguably, you know, one of the better, more well-liked presidents. But under his, under then-President JFK, the US sought to prevent Brazil from becoming either China or Cuba. Chile, after the democratic election of President Salvador Allende in 1970, an economic war ordered by President Richard Nixon, among other things, caused the 1973 Chilean coup d'etat. It's just like one after the other. Like, I always think of like the Argentina or the Bolivia one. But it's like, there's so much. Cuba, do I even need to talk about Cuba in America? Dominican Republic. In May 1961, the ruler of the Dominican Republic, right-wing dictator Rafael, was murdered with weapons supplied by the US CIA. And that one's a bit like, okay, they killed the right-wings. Like, okay. Ecuador. Between 1960 and 1963, the CIA conducted operations in Ecuador against, using agent Philip Agee. After President Jose denied breaking relations with Cuba, the CIA began efforts to overthrow him. Guatemala! Peasants and workers, most of indigenous descent, revolted during the first half of the 20th century due to harsh living conditions and the abuse from landlords, and the government-supported American United Fruit Company. There we go, the UFC. Not that UFC, to be fair. Haiti. The United States has been interested in controlling Haiti in the decades following its independence from France in the early 19th century. Haiti has a bit going on here. I'm not going to read all of it. Mexico's a bit too out there, like it was like early 1900s. I'm always thinking the ones in the 1960s and 70s. Of America being, like, very, you know, controlling, I guess. In what the New York Times describes as Washington's most overt attempts in decades to carry out regime change in Latin America, the administration of President Donald Trump ended attempt at regime change in an effort to remove President Nicolas Maduro from office during the Venezuelan presidential crisis. I'm not going to talk about that one. That one's too modern for me to, like, really care or talk about it. I'm always thinking, like, the Argentina, Bolivia ones when I think of, yeah, that stuff. It's ironic how Nazism is forbidden here, but not communism. Like, they are terrible people and support dictatorship. Even socialist parties lean towards repression. For example, my country has been imprisoning many political opponents while also spreading anti-American ads, and now the government is starting to ban fake news, aka anything that goes against the state's interest, in name of the greater good. I don't know. See, I'm obviously very left-leaning, and, like, I don't think there's many people in my chat who are, like, right-wing, or, like, extreme right-wing, authoritarian. Like, okay. Like, in my opinion, I'm always going to dismiss people's opinions if they're like, oh, it's the foreigners, the minorities, yada yada. Right? That's just, like, blatant racism and, like, sooking about like, there's always more problems to an economy and job situation than, oh, the foreigners and the minorities, right? That's just fucking people being racist. Trying to, like, disguise their racism, yeah. So, like, I always like left-leaning, like, policies and the government actually being a government and governing the people and, you know, providing welfare and all that stuff. That being said, like, obviously I'm not an idiot. I think extreme leftism is as bad as extreme rightism, right? I do think political violence on both sides is ridiculous and stupid, and there should be no oppression, suppression, segregation, all that, right? I accept legal immigrants, legally, so you accept migrants. There's a word for that. Love Mao. Yeah, yeah, see, I think the problem is, I always see, especially, like, I relate to, like, not relate to, but I always look at the American political sphere, and how they turn illegal immigration into a racist standing of racism to everybody, right? You could be a legal migrant, and they will keep trying to change the laws over and over again and make up all this bullshit reasoning why, no, you're actually illegal. You came illegally? We don't care. We're gonna fucking arrest you, detain you with ICE anyway. Because what if you are illegal, right? So there's a rippling effect from pushing the illegal immigrants problem to begin with, in my personal opinion. Yeah? Like, obviously I'm not like, oh, yo, I support illegal immigrants. No, I don't. But I just think, like, I think taking the stance, like, that illegal immigrants is such a big, horrible, oh, it's the #1 issue. It's always, like, people who think it's, like, the biggest issue, who are, like, clearly just racist. They're like, no, the reason why my life sucks, why my country sucks right now, is not because of me or the government. No, it's the foreigners, the foreign enemy. And it's a thing that America's always perpetuated for the past 100 years, you know? Like, whether it be... Like, America was very... Like, obviously they were racist to, you know, typically black people to begin with in the early 1900s. But they were also very, like, anti-Semite. Before Nazism came along, America was, like, very, like, anti-Jewish. Which sounds weird, because obviously we now live in a you know, Israel, you know, era. But, like, America, like, fucking hard-flipped post-World War II and the Nazism atrocities, and when Israel as a state was propped up, you know, properly post-World War II. Properly. Right? Like, obviously, from when becoming independent from the British, mandate. So, like, it's just one of those things where it's like there's always going to be, like, a foreign enemy, right? That's a big thing with propagandists and racism and all this bullshit. There's a foreign enemy. There's always going to be an enemy. It's never like, let's just improve the economy. It's always, you've got to make someone out to be the bad guy. It's going to be someone else's problem, someone's fault why we're in this mess. And you look at that with Nazism as well. I mean, obviously Nazism is built on anti-Semitism and that stuff. Like, that's how it fucking became. But even before that, well, not before that, but, like, alongside, like, you know, Hitler and Nazism was like, oh, we didn't actually lose World War I. No, it was actually, we were betrayed, and it's not just the Jews, but it's just anyone who has money, who owns the banks, and the machinations of the world are the problem. It's like, oh, it's always coming up with excuses and reasons for why things are shit, instead of being like, oh, our current government was shit and made problems. No, it's got to be other people. We didn't make problems. No, I could never make a problem. And it's such a Donald Trump thing right now as well. Trump never admits any mistake he's ever made. I don't think Trump has the idea, as a possible idea of a mistake being made by him. It's unfathomable for him to ever think he's ever made a mistake in his life. And I actually think that's a terrible, like, for a leader to have. And while I don't like, I'm not like, oh, he's my favorite Prime Minister of Australia of all time. Right now we have Anthony Albanese. I support his government. I'm a big fan of his government. Labour all the way. And I don't think Albo's bad, but a lot of people think Albo's bad. I'm like, okay, I don't care, whatever. But I don't think he's amazing. But I just think he tried to get, like, a bill passed, like, 2 years back, where it was basically giving more, not even rights, more recognition. Because we live in a 2025 society, well, at the time, 2023 society, where, but, like, equal rights for Aboriginals. Like, obviously, like, Australia is very, you know, first world country left-leaning, so we already, like, equal citizens of Aboriginals, obviously. But, like, it was more recognition in the parliament. Like, they were going to be, like, officially identified as, like, a specific group that may need, like, specific laws or recognition specifically for them, because obviously for the past, you know, well, not recently, but, you know, in history, they were subjugated and fucking, put into camps and their children taken away, like, by the Australian governments in the past. And so he, like, you know, he put forth, like, you know, and when he puts forth something like that, it's a nationwide vote, kind of like a parliament or constitution kind of thing for America. And it didn't succeed. It failed because, like, there was so much, like, right-wing anti-race, like anti stuff, like racism shit, to, like, basically be like, no, it's actually bad to do this. And so it didn't pass. But instead of, like, doubling down, like, he said, okay, nope, the Australian people didn't want to pass this. Okay, that was a mistake on our end. Like, fair enough. We're not going to do it again. We're not going to talk about it. Let's move on. And you just don't get that from a lot of, like, political leaders, where it's like, okay, we did something and the people didn't support it, and that was a mistake. And while I don't think it's actually a mistake, I do respect, it's still the idea that, like, the Prime Minister is like, okay, people didn't accept that, people didn't like that, let's not keep pushing it, and you know, let's not blame someone else. Let's be like, okay, no, fair enough, that was a mistake. And we can move on from this and do better, yeah? Many people have support the US intervention in Brazil, as people who study our history before that know our country was starting to support communist ideas. Previous president back then gave a Medal of Honor to Che Guevara, had ties to the Soviet Union, and the president later escaped to China. Also, all our current presidents, except Bolsonaro, were bank robbers and terrorists during the dictatorship. They were even raided ammunition places and banks to fund a possible revolution. I support centrist policies, and that's definitely not what we have here. We have right-wing and far-left politicians. People are getting polarized and want to impose their beliefs on everyone else. Yeah, I feel that. See, I guess because I've lived in, like, a very left-leaning, first world country my entire life, Australia is a very good country. Like, I've always seen the right as more of an enemy, because here in Australia we don't have left or communism as an enemy, as a terrible thing. Here, like, left-leaning people as, like, far left extremists aren't a thing. So it's always hard for my head to wrap around the idea that, like, the extreme left or communism is a problem. Like, obviously communism is different. Communism is a problem. It's just, like, historically for Australia, we never ever had anything, like, bad, like, as an example for me to, like, relate to or compare to. So it's always been, like, right-wing authoritarian, like, racists, like, control the state, like, you know, get rid of rights, get, you know, have a centralized control. That's always, like, people always try to do the same sides argument, where it's like, oh, both sides are bad, and I think that's really, like, childish and dumbs down way too much, right? Because, like, I don't look at America and go, oh, yes, Donald Trump and the Republicans are just as bad as the Democrat, they're just as bad, guys. No. I know where I can stake my beliefs, okay? I know I can stake and be like, yo, well, I mainly, you know, I can see Bernie Sanders, and I can see AOC, and I can see Gavin Newsom, and I can see all these sort of, like, trying to push. Also, the New York mayor, or the running for mayor, New York mayor. Like, fucking Trump hates that guy. Who's the guy? It's the guy running for it. Zoran Mamdani, that's it. Mamdani. It's the guy. Fucking everybody hates him. And he stands as a democratic socialist. People just hear the word socialist and they're like, oh my god, it's so bad, so evil. It's like, no, socialism and left-leaning policies are not bad. Right? They're not inherently bad. Yeah. It's just like okay, the thing is, because we have a lot of like communism, right? Okay. Thing is, people often get economics and politics, like, confused, while economics is inherently connected to politics. How a economy runs and how a government system runs are two different things. It's just that historically, a lot of communist governments have been also a communist economy, right? The idea of a socialist economy being good can be separate from a dictator authoritarian like, government, right? Anyway, yes, okay. We talked about fucking actual politics way too much, I guess. But, I mean, it's a good conversation to have. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Okay, what do we, so, we're fucking, we're turning the freaking frogs gay, we're putting, chemicals in the water. By now, Rosenberg was yelling and anger flashed across the Fuhrer's face as he motioned for silence. You don't understand, Werner. There's a military idea right now. We could use it to help pacify the eastern arcades, as is theorized. We could also use this in military areas, urban industrial areas, perhaps, to help with productivity. Maybe get the army to help with that. Of course, if this happened to leak to the press, it would be a total disaster for Schroner and his men. And we should take every step we can to prevent that. Are you following me? Rosenberg stared incredulously at his friend, and the subtle rift that had grown between the two cranked open a little wider. Herman, do you even believe what you're saying yourself? I'm not asking for your opinion on me. I'm asking for your opinion on this. Pacify the East or increase production? Herman responded. The two men stared each other down before Rosenberg replied. Focus on the arcades. Cause a scandal so we can fuck over Schroner. See, I asked in the Discord server, by the way, if there was any way to like oust them, and apparently there isn't. which I'm like, oh man. I think the dev literally just said no. I'm like, okay, is there any way? I did a big message, and the guy's just like, no. But this was just one of the developers. I don't think this is like the main developer. Bro, imagine calling Australia government leftist. You guys are more to the right than some of our right-wing parties? I believe it's a relative subject. Your left is our right. I have a relative who lives in Sydney, and things are so less expensive than in Brazil. Like, you guys don't have that many taxes. We look at your country and say, look how good things being right-wing is. Our government is not right-wing, Sam, so I don't know where you're getting that from. That's really weird. Like, our country is very socialist. Like, we have welfare systems in place for the poor and the disabled, and, well, we have just unemployed benefits. Like, if you don't have a job, you still get paid by the government, and they help you try to look for a job. We fund schools and infrastructure and hospitals and roads very well. Like, currently, like, okay, well, I guess... Technically speaking, the current government political party that we have in charge right now is center-left. So they are more of a centrist party. So I guess, but I've always seen them as left. So we have a really left party that's, like, really left, and they're really terrible. They're called the Greens Party. And they're terrible. They're just shit. They just flip-flop what they say because they just trying to get in power. Like, they're not actually, like, got good policies, right? And then we have liberals. And liberals are right-wing and very, like... nationalist and very like centralized economy and defund hospitals, defund schools, defund all these welfare programs. Like that's their problem is they are that's right wing. Right wing is defunding and centralizing and giving more money to the rich. See, I think that's where you and I think that's where you lived in Brazil and have a very different understanding to my perspective, Sam, where like I think your country and like your perception of politics your entire life has been that the left is corrupt and the left seizes money. But in my life, the left is the ones that distribute money, right? And it's just this idea of like, depending on the country, depending on the time of history, left or right can be corrupt and distribute money, I guess, right? But I've always understood that leftist policies, leftist government is an inherent, like, socialist, like, distribute money, sort of, like, ideological, you know, variety. Whereas right is, you know, upper echelon, rich keep the getting richer sort of stuff. Because Australia, like, that we have, like, fringe, like, you know, right-wing people. But for the most part, our country is very left. So I find it very weird that you're like, oh, I thought your country was right-wing. No, our country is absolutely not right-wing. As an Australian, I can absolutely contest that we are not right-wing. We are definitely not a right-wing country, like, at all. That's the thing. Like, I look at America, and America is right-wing right now, and Australia is the complete opposite. So, like, how could we be right-wing then? If America is right-wing, and we are the complete opposite of America right now, we couldn't possibly be right-wing, right? Like I said, again, there are still we still have racists and all this, right? Like, but that's like a very small margin compared to America, even, yeah? Very, very small margin. Some of our right wing. See, you're making my government out to be like, we're very hard right. We're not, or like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. So less expensive in Brazil? Yeah, see, to me, things being less expensive in Brazil is a left thing. It's a good thing. Left is... My brain, and left is good. A lot of the time. Most of the time. Left is things that make things cheaper and more universal for the people. Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird that, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure. See, but, like, if we also look at fucking, like, Hitler, and they literally, like, the National Socialist Party, right? They have socialists in the name, but very, like, famously, they're not actually socialists. Hitler just took that name to, like, oh, look, guys, we're social. It's like North Korea is called the North Korean Democratic, Party, or whatever the fuck, right? North Korean Democratic. What's its full thing? What's its full name? The Democratic People's Republic of North Korea, right? And like obviously, oh, they're using the word democratic, but they're not. Obviously, you can't sit here and be like, oh yes, North Korea, the most democratic country ever, right? Like, it's using these words. So I think a lot of the time, maybe in history, like, the leftist parties have been corrupt and they say they're left, but they're not actually left. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I think. I don't know. It is very democratic. Everyone simply agrees. True. Glory to Kim Jong-un, the most democratic man in all of history. I'm gonna cause a scandal because fuck Schroner, right? Oh, I already made a save. Cool. I don't like Schroner. Oh, we also got a bunch of political power stuff. Oh, here we go. Pipes in Germania. Lots of spending. Okay. Once we finish the focus perfection, we will decrease militarist power based on corruption. This will happen once for every city in which we build pipes. Okay. So you can do Germania, Danzig, and Hamburg. We will decrease militarist power based on corruption. Oh, well, we have 0 corruption. I'm gonna spend my PP anyway because I've had nothing to spend it on. Let's do Germania first. No, Hamburg. Okay. Cool. Okay, we gotta go do, yeah, Ukraine, Untermensch Rurik. Ukraine, once the breadbasket of the Reich has fallen out of control in the chaos of the Civil War. While we fought the traitors and fools who opposed us at home, the rebellious natives rose against our Reichskommissariat, toppling it and solidifying rule under a new republic. This development, while unfortunate for obvious reasons, has left the Oberkommando in an even larger state of outrage than normal. As shown by Schroner in a long-winded rant, this boils down to 2 primary reasons. 1, Ukraine as it stands is a nation run by the Slavs, for the Slavs. This situation is a natural want of those Slavs that will live within our borders, which means a risk of rebellion is now a serious concern. 2, a serious... Give me a second, chap. As previously stated, Ukraine is the breadbasket of the Reich, and its territories without its vital fields and grain. We may be looking at a famine sooner rather than later. These 2 issues have sent Schroner and his clique into near-apocalyptic fits of rage, advocating for an immediate invasion with whatever we have. In contrast, these outside Schroner's clique push for a readied, reasonable invasion. After all, Ukraine will not be a mere pushover, as other Reichskommissariats have. The decision boils down to Göring. Well, we'll see what we can do. We only have, like, what, 153 days, and we have to take Ukraine and Moscowian. I think we can do that. 30, 60, 90, 120. That's 5 months. Okay. Like, I think still we can do it. It's just a bit, like... Dealing with Ukraine. Preparation is the key to success. This will decrease the loyalty. Increase the loyalty, increase the power. Okay, yeah, I see. Well, see, I'm gonna do it my way then. Yeah, okay. 0, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Fuck. Wait, 7, 14, 28. That's only 1 month. Because I'm assuming that we don't... Yeah, we only need to take Moscow and Ukraine. We don't actually need to take, like, the other big places, so we can absolutely do it. Here we don't see those things as left-wing, we see them as basic human rights. Okay, I guess that's the... we consider them as basic human rights as well, but it's just historically left parties promote basic human rights, and right-wing parties don't. at least within the concept of Australia, and in my personal opinion, in the concept of most left-wing parties in any country in the world, right? I don't know about Brazil specifically. Like, I can't sit here and be like, oh, there's absolutely no left-wing parties that are corrupt. I absolutely believe that there is, right? I mean, and obviously we look at communism, very left, also very corrupt authoritarian dictatorships, basically. But it's just, like, generally, left-wing is providing more human rights, whereas right-wing is taking away human rights. So, like, if I look at America, like, they are extremely right-wing right now, especially because of Trump and the Republicans, and they are, you know, deporting minorities, arresting them, very authoritarian, defunding education in the medical center, very authoritarian, and this is all right, remember, this is all right-leaning, you know, anti-racist, anti-equality, anti-minorities, or immigration, rather, anti-socialist policies, or anti-basic human rights, you know, funding hospitals, infrastructure, schooling, education, medical, because of fucking RFK, like, censorship of the media. Like, I've always associated the right wing with censorship of media. Like, okay, it's funny because people will say the opposite, and I understand. Yeah, it is more of a thing, right? Where, like, people have now perceived it as the left wing being like, oh, my feelings are hurt, I can't believe you said this. And right wing advocate for freedom of speech. But I think, like, that's actually a falsity, because, like, right wings say they advocate for free speech, but then they actually shut down everything that doesn't agree with them, right? They try to promote their hate speech, and then they shut down, like, when people say that they're being racist or whatever, they go, no, you can't say that, and like right now, Trump, again, right-wing America, they are, like, they did something recently where it's like, if you don't, like, New York Times, all the big news, places, if you don't, like, sign this agreement, you're not allowed in the White House, where basically you have to report the news how we want you to. And it's not worded that authoritarian, it's worded, oh, you have to report the news, as factual as we state it. And it's like, but what if you say lies? We're not allowed to call you out on your lies. You're saying we have to say what you're saying as the facts, right? Very right-wing to censorship and change and manipulate, right? But I also respect the fact that there's got to be leftist corruptive parties that were doing or are doing that stuff, right? You know, censorship, media, controlling the media, freedom of speech going down. But, like, if I look at generally left and right throughout history, I've always perceived left wing as more freedom of speech. Yeah, right? I don't know. In my opinion, in any case. We don't see those things as left, we see them as basic human rights, but the current leftist government uses that to get more votes, giving money to millions, not checking who needs or not. A lot of social programs have been created recently, free healthcare, cooking gas, even paying students to not look for a job while at school. Everyone knows it's just for them to vote for the socialist president. Many people here don't even look for a job due to that. I guess, like, I don't know, like, intentions versus motives, I guess. Like, that, like, this is a weird argument, because it's like, to me, that still seems like those seem like good things, right? Those are, like, I guess doing it for a bad reason, right? But, like, you're still accomplishing a lot by... I guess the problem is, you could say that for any party, though. It's like, they're only doing this to get votes. And that basically, like, becomes, like, a bit of a straw man, though, because, like, any government could always do anything to get votes. But the thing is, if they are implementing those, and they're implementing them well enough, then isn't that still doing good, despite them only wanting to get voted in? Like, see, here's the thing, every political party just wants to get voted in. Like, so, I don't know, it's just a weird criticism. I do get the idea of, like, okay, you're not distributing money well enough, right? Like, oh, it's, like, people getting it that don't deserve it. But that's a problem, is I've always seen that as a very right-wing argument to make as well. Where, like, like, I think, oh, if a couple of bad eggs are, like, abusing the system, okay, well, I'd still rather a couple bad eggs abuse the system, and millions of the population who do need it still get it, right? It's a very, like, slippery slope argument to be like, oh, you know, you're giving out all this money to people, oh, but there's some people who don't need it. You know, it's like, well, yeah, but anything like that, any government subsidies is going to be like that. Like, think of how big the medical hospital sort of sector is. There's going to be some people who go into a hospital who are fucking, I don't know, take drugs, or they aren't really, like, that sick. And they're like, oh, I need medical attention, and then they get medical attention. It's like, well, yeah, you still got to do it. Like, you can't, like, I guess for medical you could prove if they don't actually need it a lot of the time, but do you know what I mean? Or, like, you would say education. It's like, well, we're educating kids, and some kids aren't going to grow up and actually use the education or get a job. So it's actually, we're wasting money on that. But, like, that's such a very, like, abstract idea to be able to comprehend. Like, oh, like, how can you seed out the kids that are actually going to be educated or not? Right? It's more equal and more equality to be all-encompassing and let everybody get the benefits, even if some don't deserve it, right? It's more fair that way. I know it doesn't seem like that. It does, like, you're thinking, oh, some people are abusing it, some people are getting it when they don't deserve it. That's unfair. But the problem is there's so much, like, bad parties, there's so much bad authors, bad actors, who use that argument to twist it, to defund the whole thing, and then no one gets it. No one gets it. Right? And that's the worst extreme. I'd rather it just be all-encompassing and everybody gets it. And there's just some sort of problems here and there. Because it's still, like, a far overreaching a good thing that accomplishes, yeah? And I'm not a politician, like, I don't have a fucking government political degree or nothing, so I don't know, like, I'm not an expert on this. It's just what I perceive with how I've lived in Australia. Like, we can only talk about how we perceive from our current living standards, and how we've, like, lived in our own country, right? For what we think succeeds and what we think works. So, like, for my country as well, we have youth allowance, whereas, like, if you're going to university, you get paid. You're not paid to not look for a job, it's just you are paid to not have to look for a job. You're not paid to not look for a job, you're paid to not have to. Right? Because the idea being that your priority should be your education so you can get a better job in 4 years. Versus, you need to educate yourself and provide for yourself with a job that's basically taking your time, energy, and attention. Right? Divvying it up. Right? Also, why does this song, and why is it such a cool song? I always like this song. Colonel. Dealing with Ukraine. So yeah, we're gonna do a preparation is the key to success. We're gonna do that. Let's make a save, though. Here's the right-wing parties that support freedom of expression, job opportunities, less taxes, and the rule of the law. Left does the opposite. Currently partying, the Workers' Party, the one with the red star in it. Okay, yeah, that's also, yeah, not good imagery or names to actually have, right? Has proposed changing the flag, the anthem, and such. The president has refused to call Venezuela a dictatorship, instead calling it a different democracy. The government has been buying Russian oil, knowing it's funding the war. Okay, so yeah, that's weird. Yeah, it's weird because there's a lot of bad stuff there, but then there's still weird good stuff. So, like, my country, we don't really care. Like, some people talk about changing the flag and not the anthem, but okay, so here in our country, like, because we are a Commonwealth and the British owned us for a long time, like, we are still, like, there's always talks of, like, breaking away officially and being, like, finally our own thing. We don't have any connection to the monarchy. But that's not really a left or a right-wing thing, that's just your opinion, I guess. Yeah, but the Venezuela thing is fucking stupid, and the oil thing the Russia oil thing is really bad. Like, that, see, that's weird to me, because those are bad things, and I would normally say that's right-wing, right? But you're saying the left does it. But from my perception of the world, normally right-wing parties do that. But you're saying your left-wing party does it. But if we look like Trump, you know, weirdly still, it's back and forth a lot of the time, but he still is very, like, much tiptoeing the line with Putin. Like, he's kind of like, oh yeah, Putin, we're gonna make a deal. Right? And so that's a right-wing thing. I perceive. It's the act that I perceive as right-wing, whereas but you're saying the left-wing party does it. Yeah? It's weird like that. Yeah, and when it comes to freedom of speech and stuff, it's hard. I don't like arguing that one because it's just too complicated and... Yeah, I don't know. Like, obviously, I believe in freedom of speech, like, you should not be punished for what you say, but then again, I also don't think you should be allowed to say, I hate... Take me out of context, chat. No, don't take me out of context, please. I don't think you should be allowed to say, I hate black people, and be unpunished. But people who support free speech say, no, that's freedom of speech, you should be allowed to have your opinion. And it's like, okay, so you're trying to say that you want to be unpunished for being a racist. Right? That's a lot of the time I hear people who really support freedom of speech try to push. Right? It's like they want to have no consequences for saying their most horrendous beliefs of the world, right? And so, like, I don't know how I feel about freedom of speech at that point, right? Like, it's like, because I just don't, and like, my friends always say, okay, it has to be violent rhetoric. Like, oh, you can't punish people for saying I hate black people, because there's examples where it's like, people could say it as a joke, and the government, the laws could still, like, get you in trouble for that. Like, there was the guy, like, a decade ago in Britain, who, like, did it as a joke. He made his, like, dog do, like, a Nazi salute, and he got, like, fined, like, $10,000 or something, and it was a big thing that blew up, and it was a big freedom of speech thingy in Britain, right? And it's stuff like that where it's, like, complicated. I don't have an opinion, like, and my opinions are so complicated on it, I don't know, I actually really don't know how to vocalize how I feel about that stuff, right? Because, yeah, I don't know, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do the preparation, please. Think first, act later. A carefully planned invasion, planning speed, and max planning goes up. Only fools rush in, as they say, with the two options presented to him. Führer Göring has decided to forego Schroeder's proposal and embrace the more moderate plan proposed by those outside Schroeder's clique. This plan, in contrast to simply rushing everything we have in a battle at once, emphasizes a slower, more recent approach to a nation as dangerous and motivated as Ukraine. While this plan will undoubtedly be safer, it will also be much slower in recovering our main food supplies and stopping the spread of potential Slavic unrest across the German Reich commissariats. Of course, these 2 points are now being hammered furiously by Sieving Skrona and his acolytes. While these men are undoubtedly furious at what they perceive as a major slight, they will need to cool their jets if we wish for this new plan to succeed. For now, we move our forces into position, and we plan for the inevitable. Yeah. I'm excited for this war, because this will be, like, the actual kind of, like, most proper war we will have. In Poland, we have parties like Law and Justice that tries being more independent from EU. Civic Platform that wants to be very close to EU. Poland 2050 with their Third Way coalition, who are basically Greens. Leftist parties that people forget they exist. Confederation of Freedom and Independence, basically rightists. They don't like EU and believe in free market. Cooked 15, Direct Democracy, Together Party, mix of sock dems and dem socks. It's funny to hear all of this, because Europe has a very different political landscape to, like, a lot of the rest of the world. I know Europe is, like, the big part of the world. I get that. That's a stupid... Like, compared to America, like Germany had that big election recently, and they have, like, fucking, like, 8 different political parties that all had, like, a good spread of votes, right? Because the right wings kind of nearly won. I think it was, like, the conservatives, like, the sort of centrist government sort of won, who were a bit more right-leaning, but, like, the ultra-nationalists, like, were pretty high. They got a lot of votes. Like, I remember Trump pushing it, or, like, Trump people pushing for that party to win, right? But, like, here in Australia, we have more of an American sort of thing. We have not a two-party system. There are all these other parties running, but at the end of the day, the only parties that matter are Labour and Liberal. Sort of like how in America, the only parties that really matter are Democratic and Republican, right? And Confederation of Polish Crown, who are basically strong right traditionalists, EU haters, foreigners haters, homosexual haters, etc. Yeah. See, I always relate conservatism and traditionalism and even nationalism. Like, yes, you can love your country, be proud and respect your country unless you don't like your country for whatever reason. You can love your country, but a lot of the time people who really love their country, they really love their country because they love their identity and they don't like other people's identities. They don't love people who aren't in their country. You know what I mean? That's a problem with nationalism, right? Slippery slope. Remember, Hitler loved Germany. If there's one thing that Hitler loved, it was his own country, right? But that's also a false equivalency. I'm not gonna be like, oh, everybody who loves their country is like Hitler. That's a ridiculous argument to make. But yeah, like, now here in Australia, it is a bit more complicated. Like, we also do... Technically, Hitler was Austrian? True, yes. He was Austrian, you're correct, Jen. That's 100% correct. But he considered the German people as one identity, and this idea of different countries, like, irrelevant, right? I understand your context is different, and I understand it, but so is my context here. Our government has explicitly been supporting any country that goes against the West, be it China, Russia, Iran, and Venezuela. Yeah, that's very fucked up, because, like, those countries are very, like... Hot take, I would say, aside, like, Russia, yes, Iran, yes, Venezuela, yes, China, I'm not going to say 100% yes. I'm going to say more yes than no, but I consider China to be a little bit less on the ladder, right? I hope that makes sense. Like, I think America does a big China scare as well, where it's like, oh, China's so evil and authoritarian, and yes, social credit and all this stuff is fucked up and not good. But China is a very well-developed nation that has a lot of good standard of living, right? And I feel like that's a lot of the time that context gets taken away. You know what I mean? It has broken our national budget, creating more taxes, censoring options, even social media. Look it up about when they banned Twitter and a Russian social media here for a few days. Yep. Yeah, see, that's the fucked up. Like, obviously, I think any political party, left or right or centrist or whatever the fuck in between, like, if they're corrupt, they're corrupt. If they're evil, they're evil, okay? I'm not gonna, like, that's the problem. You can't blatantly support left-wing or right-wing, ever. You can't blatantly, like, these terms are made up. Like, this is just an American thing. Left and right is an American thing, really. Because every country is different, really, standards for left and right. Like, like for example, yeah, the mouse stand, like, fucking Brazil. Like, you have a completely different left-wing conceptualization in your country. Like, it's completely different, so, like, yeah. And I think that's the problem with generalizing left and right, is that I've generalized it because that's just, like, how the world generalizes it, and it's made me think of your country in a weird way, in an incorrect way. Obviously, you're informing me and teaching me more correctly about it, but my first prejudice of it, left and right, was completely incorrect because of what I've been brought to understand of those words, what they mean, I guess, yeah. But yeah, again, like, European countries have a lot of political parties. Here in Australia, we also have the Greens and the National parties. But, like, the Nationals, it used to be the Liberal Nationals, so it was a coalition. So, like, it may as well have been the one party. But I think that since then, they've had a split. And the Greens have always kind of supported Liberals. Some people say, oh, they support Labour. No, they don't. They just flip-flop to empower themselves. They don't ever really support. They always play the strong arm to, like, get seats. They're basically a really annoying independence party, where it's like... oh, you have to say it was our idea that we came up with it, and then we'll give you some votes, right? They're never, like, a good party, right? And that's the thing, in my country, the Greens are the left party. Not, like, extreme left. They are just the very, very leftist socialist party. And I fucking hate them, right? So there you go, chat. Like, proof evidence that I can hate left. Greens are just fucking terrible dumbasses. Like, they always come up with, like, shitty ideas. Like, they come up with, like, ridiculous, like, fictional ideas. Where it's, like, just not realistic or plausible. Whereas, like, Labour is the center-left. Like, left-center party. And, like, that's who I support, right? At the end of the day, I do think, like, centralism is always, like, the best alternative. But at the same time, I don't like being a fence-sitter. You know? Like, I think, like, centralism is always, like, the good thing, but... I don't like the argument, people saying both sides are bad. Like, I don't like that argument, because a lot of the times, there's the other side, there's a better side out of one of the two. Like, it's better to vote for who you think is better than to say, oh, they're all bad, I'm voting for no one, because, oh, nothing's gonna change. Right? I don't know. A Supreme Court of Justice has praised Chinese Supreme Court, and even invited many of their ministers to share their experiences and get some inspiration from them. In areas of fake news and censorship, the government even hired Chinese propagandists to implement censorship methods in our social medias, especially TikTok. It's in the news and the government is proud of it. Yeah, that's terrible. That's fucking... Jesus, that's terrible. But unfortunately, my country is mostly made of old people who only vote for either Law and Justice Party or Civic Platform, never think of other parties like they were scared of something new. Yeah, I guess that's my country as well. Like, we've always had Labour and Liberal Nationals, so, like, those are the only two parties people vote for, right? I think, I think within the last political voting sphere, my country is getting, like, young people my age now, we're in our 20s now, so now it's kind of rolling up the ball a little bit more. And I think give it a decade and the political landscape is going to become a bit better. I hope. I believe in it. I'm always a hopium guy. You know, like, there's a lot of doomers out there who are like, oh, fucking, all of this shit's gonna be terrible and the world's gonna burn. I'm like, I don't know. If you live your life thinking that way, it's just gonna fucking... You're gonna be depressed. Like, you're not gonna want to improve your own life if you think the life around you is bad. Like, and I just don't think that's a good outlook to have. Right? You have to be the change that you want to see. I know that's cringe, but, you know. I believe it. So I'm just checking some things out in chat. Oh, also, I guess if we're on political stuff, I'm just gonna bring this up because I'm not gonna talk about it too much though. But like, remember like a month ago, Nepal's government got overthrown, and they like elected the president via like a Discord call. But also, Madagascar just recently got, like, literally like a day or two ago, the government of Madagascar got overthrown, which is so funny because we've obviously been doing Madagascar shit in down here. Obviously, like we had to do the whole civil war thingy. But Madagascar's government got overthrown. And I just keep seeing it because like I'm seeing like the One Piece flag everywhere. Like everybody's like flowing for waving the One Piece flag. Within past years, Confederation of Freedom and Independence started gaining more popularity. I see. Okay. Oh, and also right wing, like I always associate right wing with taking away rights, and this is because America pilled, right? The right-wing party in America, they don't believe in abortions, which I think is ridiculous. I'm also not religious, but I also don't believe or respect the religious argument of abortions. Like whatever. Even if we simplify it down, at the very bare minimum, I think a woman should be able to do whatever with her body. That, you know, it is her body. She's entitled to it. But even then, if we just ignore that and people don't want to agree with that, I think at the end of the day, you know, like SA, like, the abortion should be allowed. So it's ridiculous to have all these rules and stipulations in place to be like, no abortion. And that's so right-wing. That's how I perceive right-wing, is taking away those rights, you know? At least they are somehow normal rightists, unlike Polish Crown Party. True, yeah, fair enough. You'd rather rightists than extreme rightists, right? If you had to pick worst of the two. Oh, well, best of the two. So after all this amount of annoying political messages of mine, I hope you understand why I said our understanding of leftism and socialism is so full of hatred and suspicion. Our government has been spreading and promoting prejudice against anyone who isn't socialist. In the news, nobody's called right-wing anymore. They're called fascists, Zionists, imperialists, racists, and criminals in general. Recently, 2 new words have been used to refer to us right-wingers: Americans and PDFs. Yeah, okay. I do get it, because your left-wing party is not really left-wing. They're calling themselves that, and that's probably what they're marketed and branded as, obviously. But from my understanding is I would call them very right. And then, yeah, like your scale of left and right is so skewed out differently. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. So I do understand it a lot more now. I do get it, yeah. And I would obviously say that your left party is evil. It's fucked up and corrupt, and yeah. Ugh, sorry. Ostwai is pacified. After tying up resources and manpower for far too long, the Oberkommando has reported local garrisons and police from Ostwai, home to a large population of Germans that talk with the great success regarding the pacification efforts in their areas. Many industrialists and top military officials have been ecstatic about the wide range of potential opened up as a result of the great triumph. Many businessmen have noted the higher willingness of the Swiss in the eastern regions to work with the German businesses. and investors that are moving in following the territorial acquisition. At the same time, recruitment numbers in Ostweit have hit record highs, reports noting some glimmer of enthusiasm for the new government. Although it may be but one region in Switzerland, this is a major breakthrough in the great effort to integrate the Swiss into the glorious Reich. There is still much work ahead for the future, for the further pacification of Switzerland, so let this be an encouraging glimpse of what can be hoped by a newer, brighter future for the Reich's territories. Welcome to the Reich. Ostweiss is now a core. Increase GDP, say GDP by 5%, and TNO is a core as well. Cool. 5%. Cool. How are we doing with the economy, by the way? Yeah, still losing infinite money. Okay. Do we get an event for that? Nope. Prepare national uprisings. We will work closely with German resistance to rise up once we give the signal. Well, the colonization efforts in Ukraine was nowhere near as successful as in other Reich commissariats. A substantial minority of Germans still exist, and they're not happy about native rule. Obviously, most sons and daughters of the Reich would prefer to be a part of the Reich, and have been grinding their teeth at the continuation of Slavs having the audacity to rule over them. They're already practically chomping at the bit to get back against the natives. All we need to do is let them loose. By smuggling weapons and ammo into Ukraine and distributing it among the German populace, we will undoubtedly cause quite a stir behind the front lines. One can almost picture it now, Ukrainian traders panicking and running as our men chase them, only to be mowed down from behind by our own loyal citizens. Truly, it is a picture to behold, and one we must make into a reality. Otherwise, with the amount of time we're giving the Ukrainians to prepare, we may have more trouble than we hoped. We'll be good, don't worry. I like making Göring be very anti-Strohner. Like, it gives me a little bit of roleplay to work with. So Polish political landscape is either pro-EU or anti-EU, and sometimes you can hear a Polish crown founder doing stupid shit like using fire extinguisher to put down Hanukkah in a station building, or going to the LGBT events funded by city and vandalize it with paint and spray. Huh. Yeah, that's fucked up. Another thing with right-wing as well, traditionally, is right-wing, again, they are religious and conservative, so they're very anti-LGBT. Like... For simplicity's sake, I'm not going to sit here and argue, like, transgender rights. Like, obviously, 100% support it. But, like, there's been a really big pushback recently for people being like... Actually, no, fuck it. I know where to die on my heels. No, fuck it. Like, I support rights. Like, I support... Whatever. Trans, I support it. I just wanted to bring up the fact that people lately have been trying to push back. Like, oh, take the T out of LGBT or whatever. And it's like, fuck off. Like, okay. Get the fuck out of here, right? But, like, religion. People often use their religion to hide behind a shield of bigotry, right? It's like, oh, my book that was written 2,000 years ago that may or may not actually be real because, you know, there's no way to prove it. Oh, that says that you're not allowed to be this, that, or what, you know? And it's like, that's not a political thing to base on. Like, I think religion and state obviously needs to be two separate functions. I'm very anti-religious, but I'm also not like, oh, you can't be religious. Like, yeah, I believe that, like, there's a lot of people who are religious who are good. Who use their religion for good, you know? So, but, like, traditionally, I see right-wings and conservatives, like, use their religion to also, again, take away rights. Like, say you're not allowed to be gay. Say you're not allowed to be trans, etc., etc. Leftists want to inflate the state. Sorry, my brain interpreted that as like the Sonic inflation meme. While our rightists want minimal intervention, an economy has boomed under right-wingers, but since Bolsonaro became president during the pandemic... I've also heard really bad things about Bolsonaro, by the way. Like, I know Bolsonaro. I've heard that name, and like how he's a bad guy. During the pandemic, so obviously the economy went downhill and millions died. The left blames him for that, and many leftist organizations even sent a request to the International Court of Justice accusing him of genocide. For obvious reasons, they got ignored. To this day, many of them still believe he did genocide. Yeah, fucking Jesus. In terms of conservatism and LGBT, we have Law and Justice Party, which is basically, you can do this, but there are lines you should not cross. Yeah. The West African War. When the liquidation of neocolonialism will unite the entire continent under the government of the service of the African people. Osneid Afana. Africa bleeds. Oh, pause, please. Expose the cracks. Behold, instability goes down. While Ukraine would be free, it faces the same issue that all weak-willed democracies do, factionalism. Unlike our United National Socialist Front, impervious to attacks, the Ukrainians divided into party and ideology, making them easy to exploit. By deepening partisan divides among the populace, we can further divide the Ukrainian people themselves, lowering their faith in their government and making the Slavs weak against our takeover. Who would have known that a young, unstable democracy with major flaws would be easy to break apart? Whatever the case, it is incredibly important that we further weaken the Ukrainian government's influence before we move in, unless we wish for both a costly war and a costly cleanup. Also, 30 Ukrainian rebels. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a weird number. I guess 29 would be okay. Yeah, 24 or 30. Well, we can't make it, so I guess it's 29. They're weird numbers, but it's like, whatever. I'm not gonna add, like, an extra anti-air. Yeah, like you could add an anti-air or a tank and make it 30, but I just think that's stupid. I don't fucking care. I do not care at all. One of my friends, along with his friends, decided to go on a speech of a Polish Crown Party founder, and they decided to take shot of vodka every time the dude said, Euro Kolkos or, Ukropol. They do not return home sober, Lamau. Very funny. Okay, did we lose a meal? It said we lost. Yeah, we lost 1 meal. Oh, good. I hate that it always takes me to the left side of the tree. Like, fucking hell, man. Is what it is. We declare war on them. Very nice. Coolio. Out of the think tank. The time for deliberation is over. The time for action is now. Our men are in positions. The revolutionaries are ready to restore order, and the Ukrainians are too busy squabbling over petty disputes to even protect themselves effectively against us. Now the Wehrmacht waits impatiently at the border, all but throwing themselves over the line. The only thing holding them back now is the need for final preparations and a direct order from Göring himself. Of course, what would one of these military adventures be without a constantly angry Schroner, who has spent the better part of the last few weeks complaining about the slow pace of our current attack? Now he and his clique on their await the results eagerly. Though externally profess that how they hope for its success, it only takes a little bit of examination before the lie falls away. The truth of the matter is that Schroner and his acolytes are all but praying this invasion initially stalls, allowing them to implement the aggressive plan that they had in the first place. It now falls to us to make sure this does not happen. After all, it would be incredibly embarrassing for the Führer to be told, "I told you so," by his own field marshal. Yeah, fuck that guy. We'll get it done. It's the same guy who ended with drinking due to summer incident I told you yesterday? Yep. Here at schools, the education system has been teaching a lot of weird stuff to our kids. Like, when I was 11, we got a class about sexual education. So, I'll finish reading first. They not only taught basic stuff, but also showed us condoms, gave us magazines with explicit images, and even showed some videos. Later on, I heard many of my classmates went to the healthcare center in condoms. Like, why did they teach us that at that age? Leftists support that, while right-wingers are so against that situation. So, here in my country, we do that at age 12. I think at age 11, like, we got a little... See, okay. I think it's only weird if you make it weird. Like, the problem is... So, here's the problem. People always go, oh, but make it later. Make it, like, 14 or whatever. But everybody hits puberty... Like, I hit puberty at 11, chat. I'll tell you right now. Okay? I had hit puberty at age 11. So... Like... And then some people try to make the argument, oh, it should be your parents. No, I think an educator, a teacher, someone who has done their education degree and training, is always going to be more skilled at teaching you stuff. And there's just always, like, an argument to be like, no, it's actually the parents' responsibility. It's like, yes, but also, like, I guess it's some people who say, like, they don't like the state interfering in their child's education. But, like, that's what a state does. Like, do you want no education then if the state doesn't educate them? I don't know. This is one of those things where I don't have an opinion. I remember earlier I was saying I have complicated opinions. This one I have complicated opinions on. Right? I don't have a one way or another agreement, right? Yes, but they don't need to teach us about how to have sex or show porn to us. No, that's ridiculous. Like, what the freak? That's I agree with that. Yes, I 100% agree with that. Don't worry about that. Like, that's a bit much. That's extreme. Like, we never had that in our education. Like, we learned what the fucking fallopian tubes are, right? Like, we learned biology. Like sex ed was biology, if anything, right? It was like, how the fuck does it work? I also had sexual education in age of 11 to 12. They didn't tell us shit. We just used it to talk among us, and teacher just drank tea. Kind of based. I always think of that. There's literally a King of the Hill episode about it. It's like in season 1. We watched it on Discord. There's a whole episode about like whether it should be up to the parents or to the education, right? You know. And I don't know. I always, at the end of the day, I always believe more so that educators should educate and not parents. Because the problem, parents can exist in a vacuum tube. Parents can in an echo chamber. Like, they can just keep repeating false information that they believe in, that they're trying to spread, misinfo to their kids to believe them, right? To reinforce. Whereas state education is, you know, it is a free-flowing, what am I trying to say? Free-flowing amalgamation of ideas. Obviously, once again, I don't fucking agree with actually showing pornography. That's ridiculous. You don't need to show actual explicit images, right? It's just like, for us, it was like biology and how it works, like the understanding of it, right? Because you should know how that works. You should, right? Like, it's gonna be very important in the future to know how that shit works. Like obviously, like, yes, the penis goes in the vagina, and I feel like you can tell kids that without going into like detail. Like, I feel like telling how the machinations of it work, images and yada yada, no, you don't need to show that shit, but like how it works, explaining it, yes. I don't know, I'm not sure. At least that's how I think I feel about it in any case. You have a pole and you stick it in the hole. What the fuck, brother, what the hell, brother? Yeah, I don't know. I always, yeah, it's hard for me to, like, think how I feel about, like, state education stuff, I guess. That's entire logic. True, you are right. Like, it's weird that they were getting condoms at age 11, 12. Like, you don't need them at that age. Like, you like, here in our country, the minimum age that you are allowed to consent at is 16. Legally, the age of consent is 16. That is to say, like, okay, how do I explain it? You are allowed to consent at the age of 16 if you are consenting with someone who is below the age of 18. So, like, a 16-year-old is allowed to consent with a 16 or a 17-year-old. And, like, it's fucking weird. I don't like fucking talking about this weird shit, okay? Obviously, it's fucking weird. But, like, in our country, it is not legally recognized that two 15-year-olds can consent, but for the matters of law and what is legal, two 15-year-olds are allowed to consent with one another. Right? It is not legally recognized that that is an age at which you can consent, but it is recognized that two people of that age can consent with each other. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. That should make some sense. Many of my classmates later left the school forever. No, they didn't go for a walk. They got pregnant at age 12 and 15. Used to joke aside, asking them the age of the guy. They always got angry and refused to answer the question. Fortunately, it's kind of ordinary here to have that situation. Kids these days don't know so much about those things. I disturbingly got asked twice by kids to do that, of course. I refused and almost punched him in the face. Yeah, that's really weird. Like, it happens in every country, but that's not common in our country. It happens, but it's not like... Yeah, weird. Outbreak of the Opium War. Central Switzerland pacified. Yippee! More exciting news has just been reported to the Oberkommando. The pacification program in the central Switzerland has finally been declared successfully by the local authorities administrating the effort. As German businessmen and military recruiters flock to the new territories, they are most pleased to be witnessing the success seen in the efforts to soothe tensions between the Reich and its new Swiss citizens. This milestone shows that even the heart of what was a nest of venomous, rabidly anti-German dogs can transform under the guidance of the Reich. As expected, the Reich can expect an influx of Swiss recruits to join in on the future efforts to protect German influence not only in Europe but across the globe. With Bern now safely under the thumb of the Reich, surely the rest of the Swiss people will make peace with their new leaders. Badass. Thank you for health check, James. Outward stretch, inward stretch, neck to left, neck to the right, neck backwards, neck forwards. Hydrate. Yes, 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 yes. Hydrate. Proof to sell weapons. I do need to make a motherfucking flamethrower at some point, but it is what it is. 0.4 years. No, no, no. I'll still keep doing these, I guess. Got a new event. Where is it? What the fuck? Oh, loot Scandinavia. Okay, cool. Like, I'm assuming it does, like... I'm assuming it doesn't matter if we loot them. I'm gonna be really annoyed if later it turns out we weren't allowed to loot them. It's like, we fuck up or something. Like, that's gonna piss me off. But I'll do it for the time being. And guess what party isn't caring about their sexualization on media and at schools? You guessed it, the Workers' Party, arguing for increased women empowerment and less sexual oppression. What a pile of trash, yeah. Okay, we can move that up. Cool. 26, 23, 21, 19. Okay. The war for Ukraine has begun. Coolio. Unassigned divisions? Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Me when these motherfuckers rose up? Like, what the hell? We could probably go for encirclement around here. Yeah, they keep trying to give me like the carrier stuff, but I just don't care. Okay, well while that's happening, we'll like try and maybe fix up Serbia. No, we'll finish the Norway stuff. North Sea oil. With the reconquest of Norway, we've gained access to the many natural resources lying inside of their mountains. The first glances would seem to be all that Norway offered the Reich. However, upon some inspections, research, and preliminary drillings, our scientists and engineers have discovered a veritable ocean of black gold, underneath the waves of the North Sea. These reserves, previously untapped, are vast, giving us an impressive oil reserves of our own to rival that of the Saudis and the Italians. Not only will this new oil be enough to power our war machine for years, but there is likely to be enough surplus to even sell some overseas. Needless to say, the Führer is ecstatic over the news, and extensive drilling has been fast-tracked to begin. Okay. Can I please stop training you guys so we maybe save oil? That would be nice. Melman, I hope you don't mind that today. I just spammed your chat with political messages. I don't usually do that. Ever since Way4 is a game, I think one thing leads to another. Indeed, it does. Yeah, like, here's the thing. I actually had the political tag on my channel, funnily enough. The thing is, at the end of the day, my chat is a safe space. We will talk about stuff, and sometimes we will talk about stuff that's not for everybody, right? But then we talk about it and we move on and we talk about other stuff, right? That's just like, you know, the stream's not always going to be 100% what people like all the time. But it's always going to be like what I like to talk about, right? I forgot to stop training before we started the war, which sucks, but it is what it is. Okay. Yeah, no, if I'm actively a part of the conversation, then I am very much, you know, fine with the conversation, right? I think talking about politics is fine, and, like, at the end of the day, like, you should never exist in your own echo chamber. While I can sit here and say that, reasonably I don't support the right wing, I now have a greater understanding that, like, my understanding of the right wing is very, like, American centralized, and, like, the right wing of Brazil is the good side, right? Like, you know, it is a different classification, it is a different, description, you know? It's not what my brain envisioned the right wing to be universally. It is different in Brazil. Okay, like, genuinely, I reckon we could fucking rush. Okay. Okay, yeah, see, they're not doing stuff, which is, like, whatever. Oh, fuck, my bad, yeah. Osterland. And then, Hungary and Romania. Cool. Not all writers are the same. Usually they all shit on each other. True. Yeah, I mean, very famous. Yeah, we always talk about the fascist hating fascist meme, right? Yeah, hopefully you guys get saved. I think you will, though. There we go. There we go, baby. Sheesh. Julia. Very nice. Oh yeah, you don't have much org. Is what it is. Bum 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 bum. Why can't we do that? That's weird. Huh, whatever. Maybe it's because, like, they just joined the war. Yeah, it could be. I'm not allowed to, like... Yeah, whatever. Okay, cool. I still want to micro a little bit, that's the thing. Okay, so now can I move you guys up there? Yes, cool. Yo, the Kugel Panzers, they are doing stuff, which is epic. Sorry, I don't want you to do that. I want you to go here and then here. Yeah, just like I support liberal democracy in real life, but love playing as socialist dictatorships in games, I usually said these opinions because I was once a right-winger and later a communist, both extremes. I believe socialism is the best ideology when actually applied. Yeah, as opposed to the fake application of the fake labels that your current government use. But since it never is, it's the worst. A bit of socialism here, more capitalism there. It's all about balance in life. Sadly, my people don't think like that. Yeah, fair. Okay, I want to see if I can get, like, a fucking encirclement, man. I reckon we could. Seize Ukrainian gold? Sure. See, none of these have the same events that's like, you freaking can't, put them to, cause. Me when words. Yo, they saved him. Good job, boy. Sheesh. I thought this was an encirclement, but it wasn't. I just remembered about that cancelled Ubisoft AC game about Black Assassin fighting Triple K. Like, brother, we literally have Mafia 3, true. Yeah, see, like, I think it would have been cool. I think it would have been awesome. Like, we live in a stupid political landscape right now where saying racism is bad is, like, a hot take. Like, the fuck? Like, Nazis are bad. What? Are you saying I'm bad? No, are you a Nazi? You're saying I'm bad. What? Well, I guess you're fucking saying you're a Nazi then. And so, yeah, you are bad. Like, what? Ay, caramba. Look at these fucking... Look at my trucks, man. They go so quick. They're actually built diff, dude. These fucking truck divisions, dude. 20 kilometers. Sheesh. And I like that the arrows that are, like, piercing across. We also do have the Panzer divisions that go, like, reasonably fast. 16. I need to, like, upgrade them with Army XP, but it's fine. I have a question. So we've barely done this. Can I do 50%? No, 50% surrender progress. Okay. We might, like, it's not even been a single day, and we're already nearly rushed the capital. Okay, Sweden sends support, Egypt sends support, Mexico, Peru, Iceland, Guyana, Haiti, West Indies, America. Cool. Yeah. Not surprised, not surprised. Of course, at least they had, like, a division that's, like, existent, I guess. I think we may need to just, yeah, like, go to the next focus. I mean, the problem about that game would be that Templars, just like Assassins, always wanted to unite people and not divide them even more. True. They don't want to teach you real history, they erase it and rewrite, just like they did in the Japanese Assassin's Creed game. A trans ninja working with a black samurai, probably fighting for social justice in medieval Japan. Bro, that depiction of Ubisoft is actually offensive to Japan, given how unrealistic and Western-based that it is. True. Fair enough, yeah. Like, obviously, I believe in inclusion, but, like, not to the detrimental effect of just being flat out, like, lies, right? I always think of, like, Baldur's Gate 3. Like, Baldur's Gate, everybody always says, oh, go woke, go broke. And, like, a lot of, like, right-wing grifter YouTuber people, like, point to the fucking Assassin's Creed game for being, like, a reason why, like, being woke is bad. No, being woke is a problem when it's a problem, and it, like... Oh my god, look at that encirclement, by the way. Oh my god, holy shit. 2k to fucking 225. Like, Jesus. Like, yeah, like, it's always just about, like, obviously historical accuracy is, like, good. Okay, well, there's a capital taken, so that should be, like, not yet, not 50%. Is it 50% yet? No, not yet. But, like, Baldur's Gate 3 was fucking fantastic and inclusive, but, like, because that's a fictional setting where you can do whatever the fuck you want in it. Okay, well, we actually are going to get this encirclement up here, by the way. But look at that encirclement, man. Sheesh. Is that the 50% yet? No, we actually didn't get 50%. Maybe we haven't, like, taken it, technically. Oi, oi, oi. Look at this guy. You're like, yeah, attrition 30%, but like, fucking Jesus, he did good. Where's the next capital, by the way? The next capital is... I don't know where. Kharkiv. I always liked how AC games used to show neither Assassins or Templars are pure good or evil, but right now it feels like another we good, you evil, yeah. It has become a tool of government propaganda. I've been playing Call of Duty Black Ops 1 and 2. That game is so one-sided. They depict the Soviets as evil for hiring Nazi scientists and using nerve gas in Vietnam. Like, how terrible, right? The US would never do such a thing. Good point, good point. But to be fair, like, Call of Duty Black Ops 1, like, you mean, like, the one that came out in 2009? Right? Like, that, like, from, like, that means, like, games that, like, I think any piece of media, sorry, 2010, my bad, I was off a year. I think, like, any media or art has inherent, like, political, has the ability to be political. I don't like how when people say that, like, everything is political. It's like, yeah, well, I think everything has something to say. And if you're making something that doesn't have anything to say, then why are you making it? For fun? Yeah, but, okay, but being fun is a thing to say. It's to be, right? Flag may be different, methods are the same. Reznov. I have all Call of Duties up to Call of Duty World War II. Nice, based. Yeah, obviously that's obviously, like, propaganda. America is very propagandist in, like, we never did nothing evil. What the hell do you mean, man? The balls do be rolling, man. What's the fucking 424,000? Sheesh. Yeah, baby. Okay, we can just cut this. Cool minds prevail. To Schroeder's disappointment and our pleasure, the invasion of Ukraine has gone incredibly smoothly. Our loyal sons and daughters have struck chaos and confusion as the backs of the traitorous Slavic armies, while their politicians bicker and fight over minor disputes. Indeed, it seems the Ukrainian government is too involved in its own power struggles to effectively deal with our invasion, only speeding our advance. Shauna, while he externally praises the intuition and speed of our army, taking care not to mention the generals who proposed the plan, is clearly furious at what he sees as Göring ignoring the advice in favor of those that are opposed to Shauna's clique. While he grins and hides his anger for now, fearful of the backlash that may come by removing Göring, while public support is so high, we must take care not to anger him too much in the future, lest he overcome that fear and remove the fear from the office he loves so dearly. Fuck him. I wish we could get rid of this guy, man. I asked him in the Discord if we could, and we couldn't. I have most Call of Duties from Call of Duty 1 to Black Ops 2 to Black Ops Cold War. See, a big reason why I like Hoi 4 and why I like mods and modding communities is because a lot of the time people, regular people who aren't a corporation, aren't a conglomerate, aren't looking to make money, say way more interesting stories that are way more based in reality than other people, right? Like, we look at TNO, like, okay, like, obviously, Wolfenstein exists, but the last Wolfenstein game came out in 2019, and it wasn't even a good one. It was Youngblood, right? And that game wasn't very good, apparently. But, like, aside, yeah, I think New Blood was 2017, right? And I think that one was good. 2 Black Ops 2 and Black Ops Cold War. It's plus, not 2. Sorry. And, yeah, like, and. Adding to. What was I saying? Yeah, like obviously look at TNO. Like, TNO is a very weird example where it's like, yeah, this is a really fucked up mod because it's fucked up and there's a lot of stuff to say. And I watched this video essay and I think the guy does really good videos, but like he tried to make the point that like Paradox, like vanilla Hoi 4 is like, and he had some good points, but I think overall I didn't agree with the message, was how I took away from it. He, like, was making the argument that, like, Paradox, like, because they don't address the issues of war crimes of Nazi Germany in, his vanilla historical Hoi 4, they're, like, in a weird way that they are rewriting history. And then he said something like, oh, and that's how you create, you know, like, 4chan or right-wing extremists who LARP as Nazis and love TNO. And I'm like, okay, well, I think you're, like, I agreed with him, but then he started generalizing, was the issue. He, like, obviously, I think for the most part, a lot of people in 4chan are bad and right-wing, but that's not, it's a fucking social media platform like any other. It's like, it's not everybody. And then, like, to jump the gun again and say that everybody who likes TNO, that's ridiculous. That's just absurd and false. Right? People can like fiction. Like, when people like Game of Thrones, it doesn't mean like, oh, I support fucking, you know, violence and SA and fucking, you know, less women's roles and child marriage and all this bullshit. It's like, no, you can like fantasy and fiction right? Without supporting whatever the fictional story is happening. Like, that's ridiculous. Well enough, TNO was created by leftists. That's badass. Yeah, because we know how Americans single-handed invented B-2 Spirit stealth airplanes, right? Totally not inspired by Nazi inventions. No, totally not a wonder weapon. Well, I think the worst one, the worst example is obviously, Werner von Braun, creating the B-2s, right? The missile program in Nazi Germany. Like, he was an active Nazi. Now, to be fair, by the end of the war, Hitler was very much suspicious of him and like, oh, you're not really doing my Nazi stuff. You should helping us win the war. We're about to lose the war. But still, that's whitewashing it too much. That's like trying to that's trying to give too much credit to Werner von Braun. Like, he was still part of a Nazi system. And in fact, you know, excelled and pushed his career because of the atrocities of Nazism. But then obviously, very famously, you know, the American, you know, space program, which would then become NASA, they adopted him, but, you know, they took him in, and then he helped land America on the moon, right? Like, one of the, you know, the biggest Nazi scientist, Werner von Braun, helped, then had no punishment, and just became an American citizen, an American scientist, and helped the space race, helped America win it, right? And that's fucking crazy. The invasion of Ukraine has gone all according to plan. We may not have known yet, but at this point it is just a matter of time. War support plus 10%, increase the loyalty, even though max loyalty, it is what it is, it's fine. Bam. Okay, no, yeah, I wanna... Yeah, cool. There we go. Führer, you're not helping us win the war. We need the wonder weapons. Other scientists. Look, my Führer. Kugelpanzer. Führer, that's what I was talking about. True. We actually do have the Kugelpanzers, like, fucking on the ground right now. We still, like, need to supply a bunch of them, but, like, they are working. Like, they are doing it. They're not that fast is the thing. The bowl tank. We got the bowls. We got the bows. I need to start, like, can I improve this more? I can improve this more. Fucking hell, okay. Cool. What the fuck? I can't even read this. My guess is... Okay, my guess is I can't read this because this is the issue with the Division template mod. So what's the speed? Engine 21? Reichsmarschall balls? These balls are so good I can't even read this. Okay, max speed is 23 kilometers. There we go. That's all I needed to read. That's all I really needed to see, chat. Bro, balls. The D-bowls. Let's just look at this, please. Yeah, okay, I think yeah, fair enough. That's okay, it's only a minor, like, graphical issue. And, like, see, this one as well is also broken, all these icons. It is what it is. I don't particularly care too much. Ukraine Soviet Republic reporting we're being invaded by Göring's balls. Or like the Call of Duty Modern Warfare game where there is the Highway of Death and the teammate, who by the way is a terrorist, says it's an act of violence done by the Russians. Yeah, totally not inspired the real one, except the pudding was done by the Americans. So in the game it's evil, but in real life it's justified. Just check the American comments on the YouTube. Yeah. Well, okay, so, like, yeah, we went into an issue where, like, yes, all these atrocities, 100% America did evil, fucked up shit. British did evil, fucked up shit. France did evil, fucked up shit. The Allies did fucked up evil shit. My Australians did fucked up evil shit, right? It's just, yeah, like, everybody does it. But then there's always the deep end, where, like, I think the one that's always annoyed me is people who argue about Dresden, right? There was, you know, basically, like, I think, like, oh, that's cool that you get two different ones. Like, right-wingers and Nazi sympathizers always try to argue, like, the same side's argument. Where it's like, oh, the Allies fucked up and killed and genocided, basically, all the German civilians. Well, not all of them, but nearly all of them in Dresden, like, near the end of World War II, right? And it's like... Like, yes, they killed a bunch of German civilians, yes. Does that mean they're as evil as the Nazis? No. Hot take. No, it was a war. Whereas Germany was fucking, you know, implementing like genocidal tactics before they were ever at a war. I actually have a meme posted. War crimes committed by your political faction equals cringe, bad, unhuman. War crimes committed by my political faction, based, common W, didn't happen. They deserved it, it's going to happen again. Yeah, honestly, that's such a very, like, right-wing Republican fucking meme as well. Oi, oi, oi. Like Trump, I mean, rather. Okay. What's the population, by the way? 425. Sheesh. Yeah, look at this. They're gonna get mincemeated. Sheesh. Oh, did the game crash? Or did I win? What? I have to do that again then. Fucking, that's annoying. The game could have crashed. Not good. Not good at all. Also, I should get rid of that pin, because it's technically not true. I'm doing it every 20 minutes, not every 10 minutes now. Though I do want to try it every 10 minutes, that's the thing. But it's fine for the time being, it's whatever. Actually played TNO Requiem, as you were saying. I found out how many soldiers this Japanese Malaya has, or had. Brother. The game was too powerful for Göring with balls? Literally, yeah, OP. The balls are too OP, chat. What the hell? They had to nerf him, man. Okay, me go to store. Is bro gonna get out another beer? I forgot about buying myself something to eat, but... Good, go eat food. Okay, go wait for the loading. Yo, mailman, my message got blocked. Are you the moderator? Please check it. Oh, sorry. Obviously I don't get a notification if it gets blocked. Oh yeah, they don't like when you say that word. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not gonna pass it just to be safe, but I'll read it. The issue is not that we expect the West to be saints, but many times war crimes happen when it's not necessary to ensure safety, like Americans essaying French women during the liberation of the country, shooting civilians in Germany, essaying on US base in Japan. To this day, they sometimes happen in Okinawa. What's the point of it? Are they going to be like, we needed to essay the women and kids while killing the men because they were a danger to us, even though they had no weapons? Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, this whole argument right now is what's going on with Israel and Palestine, yeah? So, like, it's always, like, a perpetual, like, nothing changes in the past hundreds of years. It's always the same. Like many different countries, it's always the same shit. I have to do the whole war again, man, which sucks. I mean, like, okay, to be fair, the war hadn't done much. It had only been 3 days, but I did so much in 3 days. What's the problem? I was doing so well. Okay. Coolio. So I think this was just missiles. We don't need to use them at all. And then just the cast stuff. Use on training. Yep, very good. Okay. Let's just close that. Yep. We'll actually go up to 4 speed because we're doing so well. Also, before I forget, we actually need to call to arms. Call to arms. And call to arms. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, but okay, they get call to arms because of Romania. Yeah, I get you. Good. Save game, save over, okay. Okay. And then, these guys just need to be added to the front line as well. Fully save over. Okay, cool. And we're going full speed because, like, this is just fucking one and done. Like, we can get this done in, like, a couple days, this war. Lamau. Julio. Bam. Julio. Okay. Julio. There it is. Very good. You can't do that until you've, like, actually broken over the first tile. Weirdly enough. Okay, you guys can do it now, though. Yep. I gotta go now, I gotta eat. Again, my bad for the political discussion. It's all good. I mean, it's like CJ says to GTA San Andreas. What can I say? I'm a bad man with a gun. My second favorite game. Badass. One day I will stream a GTA game on this channel. One day. Go. Okay. Holy Jesus Christ, they go quick, man. Like, ay caramba. Yeah, one day, but like my father says, it's night right now, dad joke. Oh, one day, night. It's fair. Yes, we will take Ukraine gold, please. Yeah, holy shit, man. Our fucking, like, natural blitzkrieg is beautiful. Bro, we do not care that you guys are, like, helping them, dude. Like, it does not bother me. Okay. Jeez Louises. Okay, yeah. Now, hopefully Göring's balls don't break in game. I'm hoping so. It might have been because like I won the war too well as well. Okay. I don't know. There we go. Make a save. Save game. It might be because we just capitulate them so quickly, right? Oh, okay. I was a little worried there. Because we're doing this focus, like... It, like, just skips, right? We'll wait and see in any case. I just made a save there, so if we does crash again, we can... test, yeah? Fucking hell, not like a million dead, like Jesus. Holy crap. Oh, I think because we got Belgrade last time was like capitulation. By the way, next month the hunt for the PC parts start. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, it's always because frontline gets like stupid. Okay. But that's okay because at least like now it won't break, so we can just like capitulate them. Coolio, 67 still. We can do advanced jet engines. Sheesh. Don't mind if I do. Bro, they got Kharkiv back. What is this? Cool. There we go. Very good, there we go, done. Capitulation. There it is. Congress of Ukraine. Weightless from a year's starvation and white with the knowledge of death. Okay. The Congress of Ukraine. Volodymyr stood against the wall outside his bar in Rachenstadt, formerly Dnipropetrovsk. That didn't matter to him. War had come and gone twice now. The Germans had left and returned, and they did so with a vengeance. Can't recall how many people have died. Everyone he knew that wanted to fight the Germans was gone now. Friendly family, co-workers. As he reached for a cigarette from his coat pocket, lighting in the dreary grey skies of his home, he thought back to the others. Heads high and brave, they spoke how they'd crushed the German invader, how they would never again live under the jackboot of the Reich. But where were they now? 6 feet under, in some unmarked grave in one of the endless wheat fields, their blood seeping into the earth, nourishing it, and giving way to crops that would feed the very foe they had died against. There was a cruel irony to it, he thought, as he looked at a flagpole hanging from the balcony of a building across the street. The Reich's own banner fluttered in Ukraine's wind, claiming this land for their own. Deep inside, he knew he should feel insulted, that he should be angry, that he should feel some call to action. Yet he didn't. He felt the sting of their deaths, sure, however, there was no sugar, there was no anger. No sugar. There was not even sadness, it was just existence. They had fought the Reich, so they died. He likened it to a mere man trying to wrestle with a bear. The outcome was known to all but the most deluded. What was Ukraine to do against the juggernaut that is the here? What would they have done to even defeat the supposed master of Europe? To Volodymyr, to fight for an independent Ukraine was not only pointless, but self-destructive. He didn't even feel a pain of guilt when he thought about how Ukraine might just be better off as a Reichskommissariat. Now these pointless wars would stop and he would be free to live his life. As he took a long drag of his cigarette, he looked off to his side to see two German soldiers approaching him, asking if his establishment was still open. He simply gave a nod, dropped his cigarette to the ground, and stumped out the last embers of its fire before leading them in and to a table. Flames of freedom are champered by the German jackpot, once and for all. Jesus, man. Okay, yeah, the game is pushing there. Like, it's almost crashing, right? I think it's like every time you win, it has to change it, right? It's Commissariat Ukraine. Like, it has to fucking, like, process that you are, you know, taking over a country and changing it to a different thing, I guess. Okay, 1, 2. And then, yeah, we'll do Moscowian now, I guess. 200 days. Okay, so, yeah, Moscowian, we have 100 days, 200 days. Okay. Always do it by priority of, like, who the fuck we need to get done. Alright. Okay. Coolio. Wait, how many days do we have saved up? We have 2 days saved up, so actually there's no reason to really... Yeah, okay. We gain base war support plus 10, increase of loyalty. As expected, Ukraine is once again under our boot. Our men now march triumphantly towards streets of cheering crowds, some genuine, some forced to be there. Kiev, while somewhat of a mess at the moment, once again has the flag of the Reich proudly waving above it. The rebel Slavs have either ran away with their tails between their legs, melted in the forests, or have been killed. Once again, the breadbasket of the Reich is under our thumb again, and the people of Germany sigh in relief as the risk of famine disappears. Now the focus of our Ukrainian operations is on a recovery and a restoration of the old order. The Slavs will be returned to the campus and farms that they once worked on. A new Reichskommissar will ascend to lead the new Ukraine, and the food shipments will resume once again. Soon it will be as if we never left, and all of our empire will be thankful for it. Okay, I guess we just need to grab planes. I like how none of our planes are getting, like, shot down as well. Kinda crazy. Actually, no, you guys can go over to Kiev now, I guess. I found out there is an anime weirdly similar to the Monster Wants to Eat Me that is coming out, and it's going to be made by Filipinos. That's badass. Holy shit. Okay, go back up to 5 speed. We can also... I want to change up the Panzer. There we go. No, that's not what I want. There we go. And then APC. What is max speed there? 20 something, I think. Okay. Make a save there. The anime is about the chef inheriting her dad's restaurant. The restaurant mostly does fish dishes, just that it's not actual fish, it's mermaids. What the fuck? She opens one of the ingredient boxes and just sees a live mermaid. Instead of killing her for ingredients, she decides to keep her around out of pity. The animators worked on Boruto and AOT. Damn. One of those is peaked. Okay, yeah, we have these two light divisions that I do not need. So I will turn them into Panzers. Template is locked and cannot be changed. Hopefully they get deleted then, because I don't want them. Truly burrito. Truly burrito indeed. I just realized, how are we doing with this? So, Interceptor, Cass, and Fighter. Okay, well, if we're doing that, then I can probably just make these better. Oh, okay, they don't actually change all that much. Oh. They don't have, like, designers. Okay, that makes things a lot easier then. Okay, my bad. Cool. Oh my god, we're just getting more and more mills. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I might need to build some new stuff in a second. The dev behind Heavy Rain and Detroit Become Human is making an online Star Wars game. I don't know about the online Star Wars game. I remember they were making a Star Wars story game. That's Quantic Dream. I really like Quantic Dream, or at least I used to. I think David Cage is fucking hacking a weirdo, but, you know, I like the idea of their games. Before they did Heavy Rain, they also did Fahrenheit Indigo Prophecy. After Heavy Rain, they did Beyond Two Souls. Before Fahrenheit Indigo Prophecy, they did a game called Omicron, the Nomad Soul, which I think is on the PC and also the fucking Dreamcast or some shit, I think. I can't remember. It's weird. And it also has David Bowie. As in the famous singer, David Bowie, did music for that game. Trip Mongoli, that sounds fucked. Or was that a country somewhere? A city somewhere? They announced a multiplayer game. That's fucking weird. What the hell? Hummel. Hummel is a fun name. Okay. Julio. Proud to pose in Chile. I tried shortening, this one wants to eat me. Oh, okay. Abbreviation. Okay, that's even more mills. 1, 2, oh, one more, my bad. I guess we could do the +5, so I just, I don't know. Okay, so how many more days for Moscow we have? Well, we have enough days, I know we do. But it is 100 days for Moscowian. We got this, boys, we got this. Want to mention Heinrich. Our army speed will be increased by 20%. That's crazy. Okay, so I don't think we can do this one. Okay, we have to fight them. So I think if they got taken over by someone else, we could have taken them peacefully, but we have to kill them. Cool. Our worst fears concerning the fate of Arcade Moscowian have come true. The colony has collapsed without German guidance. Now has become a scene of chaos that resembles the mess that is Russia currently. Warlords, both native and German, revel in the bloodbath. Order must be and will be restored one way or another. Question posed to us now is, do we dare work with the remnants of the old Moscow bureaucracy? The collapse has only proven their incompetence, and our new Reich has no place for such gross ineptitude and apathy. However, on the other hand, it would perhaps be beneficial for us to have an ally on the inside, so to speak. Polagsburg, see, I don't know what the fuck any of those. Nordlunding, Luftwaffe 94, what the fuck? Orange? I think this is like if there was like a German Russia, we could do it. But there is no German Russia. Original commissary of Western Russia looks pretty strong, man, not gonna lie. Oh, you got Yazov right there, that son of a gun. Okay, the German bulldozer, and we just get ready for war. Like, that's it. Like, we kill them. That is it. Okay, fair enough. Let's do it. Oh, the capital is St. Petersburg as well, interestingly. Okay. Today on TNO, we try conquering Germany as the best country to ever exist, Liechtenstein. I wish there was a Liechtenstein tree. They do, like, their state exists. But them as a country... Oh, Liechtenstein, sorry, I was thinking Luxembourg. Yeah, Liechtenstein does not exist. No, sadly not. They would be... No, sorry, sorry, my bad, they're here. Yeah, they're not even in this game. They don't even have a tile in this game. I guess Ticino is probably the closest thing to being, yeah. Then we will try as the second best country. Costa Rica? Costa Rica might even have fucking a tree. I wouldn't be surprised. No, they do not. But like fucking like Haiti and Dominican Republic have trees. Okay, well, okay, they're tree finished. But Cuba has a tree, surely. I'm looking like a fool. Fucking goddamn it. Okay, fair enough. God freaking damn it. I do need to kill Greece at some point as well. Yeah. Greece is like 300 days. Caucasus is 186 days. So we'll do in priority, obviously. Click that button, please. Clear. Why they don't? Yeah, I don't know why. Like, maybe, the other mod. What's it called? Rises Again might have trees for them. I want to rule as Castro and make Nazi socialists, make them go back to their root. I mean, yeah, like, TNO just has weird problems with doing fucking trees, honestly. Is the issue there. Okay. So yeah, here we go. The German bulldozer. The day has come. The Wehrmacht stands ready to take Moscow once again. There will be no doubts, no fear, only triumph for Germany. There can and will be no compromise. The warlords have sealed their fate by rising up against our wrathful rule. Remember, gentlemen, there is to be no surrender or negotiations. There will only be triumph for Germany as we cross into the wild frontier. Every warlord must know the wrath they have incurred. They have anchored the German eagle and spat in her eyes. Now the talons will strike into their flesh, the beak gouging it out their eyes. The traitors shall serve as a lesson to those in Europe and beyond. The German Reich will not negotiate. We do not compromise with degenerates or rogue upstarts. Who even took over Moscow? A guy with a really weird eyeball and a mustache. Eyebrow and eye. Why did I say fucking mustache? I don't know. If only Castro made those dog-sized cows, the US wouldn't have tried killing him. True. Okay, so we'll wait till we have like what? 7 days left. See, I can't even delete these divisions, which is annoying. We'll wait till we have 7 days left, and then I'll stop training so they can org up. Okay. Oh, we actually need a lot. No. We're producing 28, 23, 20, 15. Okay. Cool. I was worried that we needed a lot more of something, but we don't. Fair enough. I should probably put that as an Easter egg in either the Isekai or Cyberpunk comic. Just have Castro's dairy shenanigans actually work. Badass. Okay, let's look at the MBT then. Okay. Fuyo. There we go. Beautiful. Insufficient resources? Oh my god, we need so much tungsten. Holy Jesus Christ, yeah, fair enough. Well, we'll buy it, don't worry. We'll buy the tungsten. Forget about it. Oh, like how he has made the biggest ice cream parlor in the world? What the fuck? I didn't know about that. Okay, and then bam, bam. Get ready. Oh wait, there's like no divisions here. Like, who the fuck cares? Me when there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 13 fuckers. Oh no, the 13 great tanks are gonna kill me. Crazy. Do we even have a fucking economy yet, man? Nope. It's because military spending is so fucked up, dude. I need to look up something actually. Requiem. No, Wild Ride. Core. Hum. So I'm just checking something. Okay, I was just checking stuff. Don't. I feel like I could have cored like Ostland, but I think I just did it the peaceful way, and I don't think you can ever core it, unfortunately. I don't think you can do anything, sadly. It would be cool if you could, but I'm pretty sure there's no like actual way to do anything. Romandia and Ticino pacified. Here we go. I think this is the last of the Switzerland. The Opal Commander was reported what looks to be the greatest breakthrough yet seen in Iraq's Swiss pacification efforts. The populations in the region in Romandy and Ticino have been officially declared to be pacified following persistent endeavors to bring them under the total authority of Germania. The atmospheres of these regions appear to have been successfully tranquilized, allowing new German industries to flourish. To the shock of many military experts, even some of the French and Italian residents appear to show some interest in joining Iraq's armed forces. This great display shows the great potential in the seeds of the Iraq's future, but even the most stubborn population cannot hold out against the will of Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. Let Switzerland be an example for the world to behold, an example of how the strongest of forts, the toughest of resolves, the most determined of institutions all fall before the power of Iraq, all shall fall before the Führer, Romandin. GDP plus 5. So yeah, it was this state. So that's the only like territory that's uncored. Oh, and also that British Isle, but who cares? What's that? No, okay. OST. Okay. Ostland. So I'm just checking stuff. Okay, Göring used to be able to reintegrate Ostland, now he can't. Okay, cool, that makes sense. Cool. Let me check bug fixes. Well, let me check the changing. Okay. Ostland integration deleted. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Too big now. Okay, cool. Just checking. I just wanted to check. So yeah, you can't actually like integrate Ostland anymore. At least that's what the guy says. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was probably because we had to 2, 3, 4, 5. That was probably because we had to buy the tungsten, I assume. Okay, Coolio. Planes. No, I didn't want my guy to missiles. There we go. Bam. Anything else we can do while we're doing this? Yes, we can. Cool. The administration Moscowian has failed. The Russians run rampant, and we must clean up the mess. Bang the drums. War support +8. Reports have started trickling in from the Ostfront. Some of the findings are disturbing, to say the least. Our men have been hesitant when finding other German militias that are scattered throughout Moscowia, going as far as to hesitate while under fire. To make matters worse, some units have gone as far as disobeying orders and not engaging enemies. There are even a select few reports stating that gross negligence has led to the escape of blank prisoners. It's not the fighting spirit we wish to instill on soldiers. Our army is fighting for the glory of Germany and fighting for the well-being of our nation. There is no room for empathy of any kind on the front lines. We know that these officers and soldiers are faced with a hard reality on the fronts, which is why we will make this abundantly clear for them. Follow your given orders, no exceptions. Damn, bro. Crazy. Okay. Cool. And then increase it, and then make a save. Awesome. Ready to go, boys. Oh, you're an idiot, mailman. Let's reload. 1 hour. It's because none of the countries in the war. Doi. Like, I could ask all of them to join the war, but I don't know like how world tension really works in this game. You save world tension if you don't call in all your allies. Although that is very like nominal. Bro, why clicking on state's so weird right now? Insane. It's a fucking lake about, man. There's one fucking truck going all the way to fucking Moscow as well. What's capitulation? 500 people to 40k. I guess we could get an encirclement like here. As long as we connect them, then we're good. Yo, look at that fucking cool interceptor bomber, dude. Yeah. Badass. Where's their next capital at this point then? All the way out there, fair enough. Okay. The National Socialist League declared on the Free State of Colombia. And also the United Democratic Front. Did Colombia have like another civil war? Oh my god, do I have to deal with bullshit fucking Colombia bullshit? Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. Are these our guys? Oh my god. What the hell, you son of a gun? What the hell? Oh my god, please tell me I don't actually have to be a part of that, man. Oh, we're gonna have to be, aren't we? Ay, caramba. The Second Colombian Civil War. The fires in Colombia failed to die down after the end of the Civil War. In fact, the flames have broken loose yet again, engulfing all of Colombia into their second Civil War within the decade. After the assassination of Chairman Uribe Musis, order collapsed in the Free State, with Germania displeased at Diogenes Gil's erratic and uncooperative actions. The National Socialist League Colombia, led by Herberto Chuatao, has declared themselves the legitimate authority and are intent on deposing Gil's destabilizing apparatus. Chaos has allowed the United Democratic Front insurgency to take the opportunity given to them and raise their banners. However, in a decidedly unexpected turn of events, the UDF and the remnants of the Free State have allied each other in order to combat the National Socialist League. Only time will tell whether this unlikely alliance can actually last. Colombia's woes will never end, will they? It's a big ass event, man. Too good to be true. 2 months. He couldn't even last 2 months. This is what we get for trying to take the easy way. Göring didn't often like to admit that Schorner was right about much of anything, but in this case, he couldn't help but concede that they never should have gotten involved in Colombia in the first place. I mean, better to have more people, allies and stuff. What was supposed to be a simple proxy conflict, a duel between the Abwehr and the CIA on South American soil, has officially escalated beyond the likes of Jelen and Axman. Now is Schorner and Spiel and even Reamer exercising his newfound power. No doubt who surrounded a new map of the Free State of Colombia. The borders of that map were fluid and changing by the day as the informants struggled to determine the exact lines of control between three factions, once more duking it out in a renewed violencia. But suppose that's just what happens when the ruler gets assassinated with a proper next in line to take command. Alfonso Uribe Musis was dead, and within hours his nation was already falling apart. A general by the name of Diogenes Gil has seized Bogota. Spital reviewed, resulting from a hastily assembled waiver report which had just finished being decoded, translated, and delivered. He is considered actively hostile to our interests. In response, our agent has rallied his forces around the cities where we enjoy the most support, primarily Barranquilla. After everything we went through, we're stuck in Barranquilla once again. Yep. Remy interrupted, no longer awaiting his master's command to speak freely. Like a dark apprentice, he had ascended past the role of the learner and had taken to dueling with Speedle personally. My Führer, we never should have gotten involved in any of the Viola nonsense in the first place, and we shouldn't involve ourselves further now. Let these Arya want to figure out their own mess. It was the exact kind of statement that Göring had expected to hear from Shono no Rima, and yet the monster remained silent, merely offering a non-committal nod of agreement towards his protege, having resigned himself to playing second fiddle, at least for now. It was a sight he would have liked to enjoy if the circumstances that led up to this point weren't so dire. No, yeah, fuck this guy. Like, we're obviously going very anti-Shono. We've always done, everything we've done has been anti-Shono. Speedle, of course, disagreed, no matter what was fronting the militarist cause. No matter how many resources we throw at this problem, it will still be less than if you just marched in there ourselves. We cannot pass the opportunity because of a momentary setback. For a moment, Göring wondered just how momentary the setback was. He wondered what would happen even if he did decide to support Schwarzen and his new National Socialist League. Would it actually get them anything? Would the country fall into chaos again in a few more months? After a few moments of contemplation, he realized what he was thinking about. He was thinking about this in the wrong way. What mattered now wasn't whether it was worth it or not to involve themselves in yet another Colombian proxy war. What mattered now was whether he was going to side with himself with either Speed or Rima. In that way, it was the same choice as always, just with a different face on the other side of the coin. They could argue with each other all they wanted, but as always, he was the one who broke up the tie. After carefully considering the political aspects of both choices, and never once so much as thinking of the thousands of Colombians' lives who would be affected by it, the Führer stood and made his decision. Shot up with bombs and bullets. Okay, yep. Balls are not real? What the fuck? Able to send 5 more volunteer units. Nationals will be able to send 4 more volunteer units. Okay. Clear. Can I send them volunteers while I'm at war, though? I don't think I can. I cannot, which sucks. No, you're the one guy, my bad. Sent you a lot of guns, buddy. And then I don't think I can even do, like, a thing. No, so we need to finish this war. And then hope that we can just wait out Caucasus until we beat the Civil War. And then do it. But in terms of the Moscow War, it's nearly done, to be fair, so we'll be able to send volunteers soon. Look at this fucking front line, man. Sheesh. How many dead here? 58,000? I don't think they even had, like, men for me to kill, unfortunately. Is what's fucked up about it. Colombian Nazis, we rule now, citizens, and we took it personally. Okay. Shoot on side, war support +5. Oh, okay. So it might bypass it. Okay, we should make a save then. Oh. Let's make a save just in case. Because if we just finish the war, we don't even do the fucking tree. Okay. Yeah, like, where is their fucking capital now? Here, but it's like, we just haven't taken it yet. Fair enough. Like, it hasn't been, ticked off. Because we're taking them so good, too quickly. Only 600, APCs left. Nice. Yoy, 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 yoy. Where's that capital right now? Oh yeah, it still just hasn't fucking triggered. Weird. Angolan Civil War? Okay. Interesting. That's the war over. No, that's the month tick actually, my bad. It might be the month tick while also the war. Could be crash? No, cool. Rather fail with honor than succeed by fraud. Coolio. There it is. Right, Commissariat Moscowian. Hans Krebs. Let's go back to the capital. Coolio. Conquest of Moscowian. Moscowian is rather the most unsuccessful colony of the Reich in the east. If Ostland brought new blood to the Reich, Ukraine brought endless gain reserves, and the Caucasus brought oil, then the only thing the Moscowian brought to the Reich was headache. Once again, the most troubled colony is in the hands of the Reich, and it's time for the Reich to choose a new owner. My Führer, Shauna's voice trembled impatiently. I'm convinced that in this situation you are obliged to give yourself an exhaustive account who exactly you are sending to the post of Reich Commissar Moscowian. The Marshal stood erect in front of Göring. What the fuck? Whoa, hey, bro, put that away. What the hell? What the fuck are you doing here, Shauna? What the hell? Sitting around Göring like a stretched bowstring or string, speaking through a tightly clenched row of teeth, while the Führer calmly signed the papers he needed, sitting in a luxurious armchair, sadly looking up at the newcomer. Yes, Ferdinand, this man will be Colonel General Hans Krebs. Do you have a personal score to settle with him, or something more substantial? Shauna bent down, put his hands on Göring's desk, and growled through his teeth. But my Führer, Krebs is a hardened Bormanite with the habits of the judo communist degenerate spear. Do you even know what he says about Russia? Göring put his pen and document aside, silencing Shauna in mid-sentence, calmly replying, I'm well aware of the seniority, character, and views of General Krebs. Besides, I think you understand how deep the hold of the Moscowian is. Krebs was our attaché in Moscow a couple of decades ago. He knew almost everyone in the Kremlin and beyond, and every Russian dog knew him. He may be a naive idealist, but he knows how to handle Russians, and I believe that he will make at least a smaller hole out of Moscowian. Shauna, realizing that he could no longer convince the Führer, just lowered his head, exhaled, and gave out ordinary, yes, my Führer. Hopefully Moscowian will stop being a pain in the neck of the Reich, decrease loyalty, who cares, and they gain stability. Fair enough, coolio. I also need to... yeah. 1, 2... We have an event. Loot Moscowian. Guess we'll do that. Yeah, so the next one would be Caucasus. I mean, what's the supply here? Okay, so we actually probably just go down to Caucasus then. Though, to be fair, they're in... No. Okay, I guess they would just come back under ours. If we ask politely. Fair enough. Okay, but I need to send Columbia divisions. Julio, how many can we send? We can send 10, which is fucking crazy. What should we send? I'm not gonna send the ball. I'm just gonna send the regular inventory. Yeah, okay. Julio. 12 and 11. Okay. Just gonna send our main boy as well. Frederick. Go. 3 days. So we can kind of take our time now, and I will. Or like do a few focuses before we continue in any case. Because I think, like, Caucasus should be reasonable, right? Unless we have to fight them. Maybe we do have to fight them. Okay, we do have to fight them. Fair enough, Rip. I just want to clean up these things. Okay, so get me my oil, please. Thank you. How many days would be good? Probably until, like, okay, 100, and then... 8. That would basically be 21. 22, 23, 24... 24 days and then we just kill them. Yeah. So okay, we can do that then. So yeah, we'll do it until we have like 100 days left. And then we have that now. Our big break is Scandinavia and Balkans. Like we can take forever on those, which is very good. Okay. Let's look at our things over here, please. Yeah, leopard. APC. You guys need to be upgraded. Oh, some wolf. There we go. Okay, and that's about it, actually. Yeah. Folio. I see the Say has awakened. Awaken? Returned? Question mark? Improve heavy spark. Improve heavy spa. They dying in modded zombie Minecraft. Uh-huh. Okay, that's good. Trucks are fine. I don't think we're actually low on trucks. We actually have so much victories. Look at this. 1750 victories. That's crazy. We're actually #1. Moon landing, channel crisis. So yeah, victory and then total victory. Okay, you can't get a total victory in fucking moon landing. Victory in the Colombian Civil War, and then War Plan A is ongoing. Cool. Cool. So thankfully we didn't have one about fucking Africa. Like it didn't actually count as losing. Cool. So moon landing didn't have a total victory. I doubt it has a total victory. Colombian Civil War did not have a total victory. Maybe it will though. Okay. Watering the Say, very nice. All tensions at 56%. Okay. What about my economy? GDP is going up. Debt to GDP is going down. I think that's just because we're getting money though. Yeah. Temporary tax hike. Okay. I'll do it, and now we gain money, and then we can also do this. Civilian spending. I don't want to ever do this. These suck. Like, I know that these lower money, and then we could actually make income, but, like, I don't really want to do it. See, negative real growth. Yeah, see, our GDP is going up. It's just that fucking... and inflation is just weird. Inflation should go down. It's like minus 20%. Imagine having red GDP couldn't be me. Well, it's good. It is good. It's just fucking annoying because our military spending is so high. Naturally, because of the focuses. So it's hard to maintain it. Okay. Coolio. Is there anything... I guess there's nothing else I want to, like, improve. See, if I spend all my air experience on upgrading these, they're just going to get reset next time. So I kind of don't want to do it. What about a train? How good can I make a train? Nothing. None of these we can actually improve. Helicopter, nope. Fair enough. Yeah, guns you can't even, like, change. Okay. Yeah, I can't even read these, which sucks. I'm just checking if there's anything new, but I don't think there is anything new. No, there's not. Okay, what I can do is I need to go to the leopard, create variants, turn this into a flamethrower, make this a flame support company, and then This will do a new one, right? Yes. Coolio. Okay. What does flamethrower do? It's just like soft attack. These are a reliability because I like that. What is that reliability that says 52%? Sheesh, I sure fucking love looking at these fucking infinite, like, dark numbers. This makes soft attack 3. Make a fucking flame support company take it, like, does nothing. What the hell? New design. MBT flame tank. Thank you, okay. And does that mean I can add them as, things? Ooh! Recovery rate? See, it doesn't really add all that much. That's what's the problem. Okay, but it gives you buffs, I guess. Can you turn off the economy thing in this, or no? I'm pretty sure there's some TNO mods, I forget what it is though, where you can, yeah. You can, disable the economy in the game rules before you start up the game. I like the economy, I don't mind it, like, it's okay to deal with. I did not decide to build all this. Why are they saying that I built all this? They're fucking lying to me. Most of the time I forget it there, fair enough. Okay, volunteers are heading over. We're not actually building all of that in Moscow. Okay, cool. Bypass? No one step back. Oh yeah, these got bypass. Yeah, that's right, because we beat the war. Yeah. Let me read those actually. Shoot on sight. Despite our best efforts, our men are still hesitating when they face turncoat German formations. Okay, we already did it, who cares? This hesitation and weakness that should not be seen in our soldiers, therefore the men will be issued new propaganda and orders. Germans living on these hellish plains in service to the assorted warlords are failures and traitors, all, no exceptions. They've chosen to side with our enemy, therefore they are not German, they are traitors. Hesitation will no longer be tolerated. We will issue a new shoot-on-sight order for the soldiers. Men do not continue to hesitate, then they will be dealt with internally. And then not one step back. We will not take one step back. Our advance will continue, and the dagger will continue to be pushed towards the traitors' throats. The warlords will finally meet their end at the hands of the German war machine. Our enemies are growing desperate and attack us with increasing desperation. If they attack, then we will mow them down. If they hunker down in their hovels, we will reduce them to rubble. The hordes of the barbaric natives are nothing compared to the might of the Reich. The traitor settlers, nothing more than gnats. To surrender any land, to fall back even an inch is to admit defeat to these pathetic degenerates. That is something we cannot tolerate. Why are you still standing there? There's a water win over there. And obviously we could do this one, but I'm not going to do it right now, just because I want to do, like, I want to clean up all the other stuff first. Plus caucus would be the priority in any case. Yeah, 5 days, so good, okay. Here's what it is. Hotline Moscowian? Is this a Hotline Miami reference? The headquarters of the 901st Horch roared through the streets of Moscow and finally turned sharply and drove across the pavement, stopping at the space that the locals once called the Red Square. Krebs got out of the car, brushing off the cement dust and brick chips that had been pouring down on him from all the ruins of the area during the trip. Inserting a monocle into his right eye, he looked around. It was evening. In the infinitely vivid rays of sunset, which what had recently been the Kremlin, looked like the ruins of Kiltsgrad, a mythical wandering settlement, the settlements of which he had heard so long ago and so often. The driver wanted to busily introduce him to the surroundings, but in a second he came to his senses, who was standing in front of him, reaching off for the map in the tablet before the general's meager belongings, with a mute question whether he could help him bring things into their headquarters. Looking at this, Krebs only shook his head indifferently, and he took 2 suitcases in both hands, went to the direction of the open gates of the Spatsia Tower, hearing in the wake. Fuhrer ordered to report to him about the situation on the spot within a day after arrival. The mind of the new Reich Commissar was occupied by completely different things. Before he reached a group of guards a couple of meters away, he froze, looking just above the open doors. Once there was an icon, then a portrait of Bukharin, and after that an idiotic, almost mural depicting Siegfried Kaisch, ironically commissioned by Kaminsky. Smiling bitterly, the general walked through the checkpoint, and in his head flashed, "I'll fold myself in half, but I'll make Russians worthy citizens of the Reich. The land of blood and suffering greets its new overlord." And then Hans and Theodore go over there. Okay, enough. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 10 divisions have arrived. Absolutely wonderful. Let's get fucking Milch as a goddamn commander. Very good. Awesome. Just go down here. And then, honestly... No, that's... You didn't do it the right way. There we go. Beautiful. I'm not even gonna fucking, to go to 3/4 speed. I'm just gonna do it on 5 speed. Like, it does not really matter. Okay. They have no orc, but that's just because they came directly from a war and also over the ocean. Are you guys okay? They're not moving. That was really weird. They did not move. What the fuck? What? You guys okay? I mean, I guess I'll move you guys myself. I just find it really weird that... You guys could honestly push all the way. I wouldn't care too much. I just find it weird that you didn't automatically, like, spread out over the front line. Okay, isolating the Swedes, they lose war support to anti-air. With the conquest of Norway finished, we gain control of a major part of international seafaring. I think we read all this one, right? Yeah, we did. Okay, so just get it done. Okay, Burgundy's sending some people over, like, bruh. Whispers in the barracks. Oh, okay. It's technically not a good thing. And something public concern, though. We could literally pay to have public concern go down. It started as just a rumor from one friend to the next, one that even the friend receiving passed off as ridiculous. Chemicals in the water? That was some conspiracy level nonsense. On par with believing in lizard people and thinking aliens are mind controlling our leaders. Oh, that's funny. At first, the rumor died out in the chain and got no further than a small circle of skeptical friends, and then it cropped up in a different unit, and then another, and then another. Soon enough, these circles began to run into each other, and the theories only grew wider from there, as each realized that no, they weren't alone. The whispers tore through divisions like wildfire. The theories as to what the drugs were doing growing more and more outlandish by the day. Suddenly it was thought that Göring was trying to poison his enemies, that Osenberg was setting up for a coup, that Schorner was planning an execution of those who disliked him, that the Jews had infiltrated the highest ranks of the Reich and were planning a mass mind control campaign to destroy Nazism. All of these theories ran almost purely on conjecture and hypothesis, but that was all it took to buffet the conspiracy to even higher levels. When the first reports, or the controversy hit Göring's desk, it was already far too late to stop the rumors. Nothing he could say would end the spiraling theories. If anything, that would only make them worse. Worst of all, Schorner undoubtedly had gotten wind of this as well, and had certainly made a plan to blow it all up in Führer's face. Now all Göring could do was wait for Schorner's move and deal with the fallout later. How did it get out? How did it get out? I can just lower it, though. GRWI corruption will increase by 5. Public concern will drop. Oh, public concern. Okay. Okay, so it's actually... Yeah, I get you. Decrease public concern. What does public concern do exactly? It doesn't do anything. And the corruption will go up, but then you can just decrease it. So who cares? Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah, we literally just did it. We just literally just fixed it in a fucking day. Holy crap. Who would have thought? Okay, you guys kind of shit when it comes to this, I guess. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, It's not that much bad supply, but it's still annoying, you know? Yeah, it's probably just because they're, like, training as well, right? No, these guys aren't training. Understood. Okay, that means we need to, yeah. Before we forget, though... NBC flame tank. It doesn't really add all that much. That's the weird thing about the flame tanks. Also, it's a fucking broken icon. Weird. My fear, what about special military operation in Greece? Yes, well, we can take our time with it, don't worry. I'm trying to do focuses, like, so we have time to do things. So we need to take Bulgaria and Greece. We already own Bulgaria, so actually scratch that, I'm an idiot. The next problem would be the Caucasus, but I have 138 days to do that, don't worry about it. Missing equipment production, the Flame MBT chassis. Oh, I'm not actually producing it, I just built it, okay. Yeah, I get you. It's a lot of guns. 1.4 million guns? No, 140,000 guns, never mind. Caucasus, no fucking Caucasus. Oh, my bad. Yes, yes, yes. One day I'll make sure not to fuck up like that. The flame thing is so shit. Like, why does it have such shitty stats? That's just crazy. Like, I would have thought that the flame tank would be, like... good. Good. Increases soft attack by 3, which is not much at all. Soft attack by 2. Literally nothing. Like, yeah. Maybe we just need to, like, look into improving them, I guess. That's fine, I guess. I seen they released another version of the Hoi 4, the General Edition. Yeah, you get like 2 DLCs with it. Okay. Yeah, there's literally no way to make it like good. Yeah, whatever. I guess it'll be fine then. 3 DLCs, yeah. Okay, let's go back over to... Okay, well, if these guys are over here, then maybe you need to build something around there. Okay. Yeah, construction. Okay, now we'll fucking just build a bunch of railways. Fine by me. All good. Back to these boys. Yeah. Monarchy maintained in Laos. They would also need to go back down to Cali. You know what? That's what we'll do. Sure. Actually gonna get encircled that mountain, man, if you're stupid. Okay. The military fortress. Serbia, gain a bunch of land forts, spend a little couple billions. To benefit our performance in the impending German-Italian war, we shall turn Serbia into a military fortress. This fortress shall not be metaphorical. As Gibraltar or Singapore, we shall construct a great line of advance and powerful fortifications to defend ourselves from a potential Italian advance. By doing as such, we will be more prepared than ever to take down our Italian compatriots. 130 days, oh good. I'm gonna make a save here just to be safe. It's just these fuckers need to come down and rush and just hold. Just fucking hold, dude. I can push, you hold. Include Scandinavia? Yes, please. Include Ukraine. Okay. I'm just gonna have to like take tile by tile to help them push. That's the problem. Okay, well now we'll do Caucasus. Up here. Ottoman Schwarz's gold. There's a good reason why National Socialism is contemptuous not only for the Bolshevik pestilence that openly defies the natural order of the world, but also the insidious capitalist rot that corrupts it from within. The industrialist class must be kept in check if they are to continue offering their benefits to the Reich, and those industrialists which have seized power in the Reich Commissariat, Caucasian, have long defied any pretense of checks and balances to reign in their debauchery. Throwing in their lot with the traitor Bormann, these money-grubbing swine sought to secure for themselves impunity in their little patch of Europe, a landscape they could mold and use as they saw fit, and contemptuously utilize to enrich people, enrich themselves at the expense of the German people. Naturally, with the defeat of Bormann's forces in the Bürgerkrieg, these dreams will come to naught. The Wehrmacht is coming to these insidious scoundrels, and there's nothing that they can do with all their hard and riches to stop it. hoarded riches. Those who defer to Germany might be offered mercy and allowed to continue the lapsed service to the fatherland. Those who resist will not live to regret it for very long. Righter. We get, like, apparently we get something, but it doesn't look like we actually get anything for the time being. Exploit their disunity. They gain no org and no recovery rate. In truth, there is no such thing as brotherhood amongst thieves. When a ship is sinking, all of the rats will happily kill and eat one another to escape and find safety. And so too with the capitalists of the Caucasus. Their alliance was always born of convenience, out of mutual contempt for a common enemy rather than any singular coherent and ideological goal. Any sane man amongst them will see the writing on the wall and come over to our side, armed with unending praise of Göring, plenty of back taxes to contribute to the war effort. All we need to do is tell them of the opportunity to turn tail and surrender, and most probably will. There are no riches to be made in defeat. And okay, we still have a bit to go. Good, Coliar. Now just remember, Mailman, if we fucking don't beat Colombia, the war's gonna be done. So if we fucking... Yeah, but I can't do this. I fucking can't. These guys are idiots. Hopefully we can hold out. Hopefully we can hold out a couple days. 98 days? Yeah, okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. It's just I'm so annoyed by these guys. Like, they're so dumb. Maybe that will help them. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1st of December, that makes me think I want to do the next jump. Which is it over here? Yep, gone. Okay. It's only for 80 days. Fuck. I forgot the continuity literacy mods. After Eliza, what was next? North Road? I'm pretty sure North Road was first. Am I crazy? Wasn't North Road the first mod he did? No, that's the initiation. My bad. What the fuck is the MGS3 OST in this? Is this MGS3? I don't know. Song of the Second Moon. What do I want to look up? If you check like what his like account is and see what release he did, then you can see what to play it in. Sounds espionage-esque? Okay, yeah, fair enough. He has 32 mods? Oh yeah, he's done a bunch of new mods, which is kind of crazy. Initiation, Eliza, he then released Headhunting and then released the North Road Remastered, so I don't know. I mean, yes, but like Headhunting takes after Eliza and released before. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. Overseer mod order. In what order should I go through the Overseer's quest mod? Initiation, Eliza, Headhunters, North Road, Depravity, High Desert. There you go. I remember reading that exact same fucking article when I first found it too. Vision recovery rate will be increased by 25% and attack will be increased by 10%. This will be easy. Factory owners and businessmen do not make good military leaders. The environs of the Commissariat are mostly undefended, and those soldiers that do guard them are undertrained, under-equipped, and paid as little as can be afforded. It is almost a shame to come across such a weak foe. There will be little pride to be found in this victory. We'll have to suffice with the material rewarded. Sons of Brickhead Mailman, do not do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good job. And you guys are actually gonna just stay here. And go there. Okay, good. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Side effects. Doctors observing the Stars Plan 1524 deployment are reporting a number of side effects, both physical and mental, in soldiers undergoing the experimental treatment. Test subjects are reporting withdrawals-like symptoms when the drug's injections are delayed. Others are becoming violent and irrational, with at least 2 soldiers forcibly removed from the program for treatment at a nearby asylum. The Innovation Society has advised that the program be halted immediately, citing the risk to German soldiers. A small group of researchers believe that if the program is not terminated, a more stable version of the drug could be found and implemented. The program is not terminated. The Fuhrer is attending an emergency meeting with GRWI, after which a decision will be handed down. Damn it, cover these accidents and keep going. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, absolutely. Coolio. Military professionalism will rapidly worsen. Our national debt will increase by 10 billion. Oi, oi, oi. That's not good, but we'll spend the money. We'll spend the flippin' flappin' fucking walking money. I don't care. Manpower plus 10,000, they lose 10,000 men. Caucasian troops will desert and join our ranks for their freedom. Many have already come over to our side. One last chance. Many have already come over to our side, but a few brave or stupid men amongst the industrialists of the Caucasus are still left opposing their own fatherland and their own Führer. They'll be granted the extraordinary mercy of one final chance to lay down their arms, surrender, and beg us for the mercy they do not deserve. Any who continue to resist us after this final plea have all but chosen to die. Damn, brother. Damn. Oh, you guys are fun. Okay. Coolio. See, I can wait a few days, I think. We have 79 days. I'm pretty sure defeating the Caucasian won't be that hard. It's just like I need this Civil War to finish first. Right? Like sheep to the slaughter, manpower plus 10,000, we get infantry, anti-tank, anti-air. Although the Wehrmacht has barely set foot in Serbia, we're already seeing the true face of the majority of the Serbian citizenry, whilst our advance continues. New generation collaborators, desperate for independence, have flocked to our banner, flying the swastika with pride. These fools have already declared their allegiance to the Red Germanic Reich, and have unwittingly planted the seeds of their own destruction. Really, guys? Can you not just do fucking one thing? I swear to God, dude. By the way, let's go economy, and then, trade, and then probably get rid of 5 of those. Let me go check up the Navy, though. Yeah, Navy's training. Oh, actually, Navy is not training, my bad. That explains a thing or two. Okay, very good. Good job, boys. Good job. Holy crap. Okay. Good, 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 good. 1, 2. We got this. We got this. Oh, also, we're probably gonna need to start adding, like, yeah. I guess maybe it's, like, the bonuses, right? I think that's what it's supposed to be. I just realized as well, we just added a bunch of them, and... No, it's right there. There we go, okay. No, it's like, it's a weird glitch. Huh. Guys, push. Just push. Like I'm trying to make them deliver a fucking baby all the time. 1, 2, 3. We can keep improving this Marine Division, by the way. 20. No, yeah, that's how we wanted it. Cool. Yeah, we just have to keep adding helicopter. Yeah, once we get the Cali there, I think it's bitch. Cool. Come on now, that should be done. Nearly. Okay. There it is. Ay, ay, ay. Julio, 10 day. Okay, so we only spend an extra 14 days. Not gonna complain about that. We have so many, yeah, like, just over 60 days to kill Caucasian. Oh my god, we actually don't have fucking, battle plan. I'm an idiot. Fair enough, you fucking got me. Still, like, if we're still gonna beat them, it doesn't not matter. Okay. Okay. Go. Should probably not train. Just because guys are coming back as well. Very, very good. Yay, we did it. As if news from Colombia could not get any worse, Hobito Schwartz for the National Socialist League has defeated the UDP and Free State Coalition declared themselves the unchallenged rulers of Colombia. The National Action Party, the former rulers of the Free State, have been deposed by the Schwartz and his clique. In their absence, Schwartz has realigned Colombia away from the Atricalismo concept and towards stable, orthodox national socialist policies in order to avoid the foundational crisis that plunged the Free State into its collapse. Already, German emissaries have congratulated Schwarzenegger on his decisive victory and alignment towards the Einheitspact. Pact. Response from the United States and Japan, however, have been much more muted and hostile. National Socialism now sits victorious upon the throne of Colombian skulls. The Christmas Offensive. Coolio, and then I'll get the health check. Yeah, think with health check. James, outward stretch, inward stretch, neck to left, neck to right, look backwards, neck forwards, hydration. And then we'll do the focus, but then I'll finish off for tonight. We can take more scallion gold, yes please. Need those billions. Goodbye to the greedy. The invasion commences soon. The smoggy skies or Caucasians shall be bolstered by the smoke of thousands of tanks, trucks, and planes arriving to restore German ownership of this wayward colony. Perhaps the fat cats in their expensive suits will look upon the Wehrmacht coming down on them and have time left to regret their disloyalty. Perhaps the first bomb dropped in their city will kill them instantly, Jesus, and destroy all the riches they ever accumulated in their short, sad lives. No one will ever know what goes through those greedy men's minds in their final moments. We can only hope they all die before too much of their factory floors are torn apart. It would be too good to have something left to loot. Oh, it would be good to have something left to loot. True, it would be, I suppose. But not the priority right now. Am I right or am I right? Okay. Another 10 army XP. Also lost a mill is what it is. Probably check the economy as well. Yeah, oil is fine. Macro level, please. Okay. Yeah, it is what it is. Which we're managing. Go here. 1, 2. 1, 2. Go here. You got nope. You guys, helicopter. Go. Yeah. Coolio. Wait, volunteer force has been returned? Yeah, good. Throw them over here, please. It's 11 and 12. Bam, 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 bam. Make sure maxed out, maxed out, maxed out, maxed out, maxed out. The greatest story never told. A rather interesting alternative history novel. Okay, we already got this when we did the Omsk. Very good. Okay, lower it. Bam. Go okay. Pause. We need to make sure we call in Moscowian and Ukraine. Coolio. And then grab the planes. Where are they? Guys, go over here, please. Actually, I've got to take them back out, but that's fine. Okay, you guys need to go over here specifically, and then just bomb though. Don't need to do missiles, and I don't care about the... I mean, okay, to be fair, we could use these, right? It's just weird. Yeah, we can add them there, fair enough. Okay, set up the next focus for tomorrow, or next time we stream. I need to play a different game tomorrow, but I also like doing this, like finishing this. Okay. So the only one that we need to do... we need to be up here, so that's so good. Know your place, or no one could have predicted this? That seems nicer. Unfortunately, the main reason why the Ukrainians revolted in the first place was the brutality practiced by the late Eric Koch, a proud Göringite. Showed no... Oh, but that's our guy. We should like him. Showed no mercy in the treatment of the native population, thus leading to their upheaval. Obviously, now that the same Göring that Koch revered is in control of Ukraine, the fears of the Ukrainian populace has increased. Everywhere our soldiers go, there is passive resistance. Natives refuse to follow orders. Insolent citizens lie to our soldiers regularly. And decrees from the Reichskommissar go unheeded. This cannot stand, but the standard strategy of brutally cracking down is so clearly a mistake in this situation that even Schorner is against it. Well, that makes me disagree then. Instead, as much as it pains us to stoop so low, we must win back the people of Ukraine through a hearts and minds campaign. By loosening our grip, imposing softer punishments, and generally being less imposing than the natives, we can hopefully convince those who are mistrustful that cock was not the norm, but rather the exception. It's so funny to say that. Know your place feels like who cares, right? Okay, and with that, we're gonna end it for tonight, chat. Coolio. And of course, as usual, I want you all to have a good rest of your day, evening, morning, or night, wherever and whenever the world you're in the moment. Look after yourselves, everybody. And goodbye for now. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bye.